All crap. Prepare to jump into hyperspace on my mark.
All right, stand by.
Welcome to another episode of Diet Figureball.
Hey,
I'm your host, Wilbon. We got coffee.
coffee.
We got Zooey.
Oh,
We got everybody's favorite Unk, Big Fury.
Greetings and salutations.
And joining us tonight is Alex, aka DantesToyz.
What's up, everyone?
Thank you for joining us again tonight, man.
Of course, I appreciate it.
You reached out to me today in light of the recent news regarding Disney, Hasbro. Like, you wanted to have me on your show, and I was like, wait a minute. Just last night, I was like, oh, we were going to do a Diet Figureball. And I was like, you know what? Let's do a 1-on-1. Let's do you come on our show, we come on your show, et cetera, et cetera. Home and away. Home and away. We'll do a home and away.
Yeah. No, the news I saw this morning, I woke up and I saw Yakface post that they came with like a negotiation, the contracts, everything. So Disney and Hasbro looks like they're going to keep the line. It seems like until 2030, but that's still up to debate. And yeah, I want to talk about it, see what people think, what they feel. So it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. That's a big topic. I think a lot of people have kind of had their eye on, like, are they going to renew? Are they going to keep it or move on, et cetera, et cetera? Maybe it's not a non-exclusive license agreement, something like that. The big switch.
The big switch is deconfirmed.
Yeah.
Deconfirmed.
All will be learned at Toy Fair.
All will be revealed, right? All
Time to get Bobby Val out on Figureball. So
You know what?
Ooh,
You know what?
Man, that guy. I'm not sure if he's a big fan of Hasbro. I know he's not, but it would be interesting. I do watch his show. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, I like the idea of this show having on people we don't necessarily agree with on a lot of things, and I think there's a lot of room for discussion.
That's why you have me on all the time.
I mean,
Exactly. No.
And I when people disagree, as long as it's done respectfully, as long as nobody's like insulting, like it's good to disagree, and then different opinions and all that keeps everything, nice.
Well, when it comes to Zoo Boy, we do it disrespectfully. But...
Exactly.
There you go.
We do enough waffling on this show that like we can have respectful waffling as well.
Yeah. Oh, for
we
sure.
might even hit a little bit of that if we talk about Andor. Like, we might
Respectful waffling.
Yeah.
No spoilers. I have to wait for my wife to get home from work to watch it, so no spoilers. But
yeah,
we
can have a spoiler-free discussion.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either myself. I've been really busy this week. I really haven't had a lot of time for it. So,
bro, your room is coming out awesome,
dude. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Dude, it's sick.
It's been a lot of work, but I've been very happy with.
Are you guys like the type that gets stressed like when you have to clean or organize your figgies, or do you like enjoy your time?
See, I
enjoy it.
I don't get stressed when I clean because I just don't clean. So there you go. That's how you solve the problem.
Wow,
this guy. But that's part of the reason why I wanted to have these glass display cases to try to alleviate like some of the dust buildup and things like that. I'm sure I still will, but I like to think that it helps, even if it doesn't.
No, and it looks nice, dude. The display is everything.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, of course.
So we do have some topics lined up for tonight, even though it's a Diet Figureball. It's usually just yapping and playing with toys, but we do have some stuff to talk about before we get into that. So I guess we'll start off with number one, like you mentioned. Hasbro renewed their contract with Disney, so this means that Black Series isn't dead. Guys, they're going to continue the Black Series.
The line is saved.
The line is saved. Hooray!
We got 4 more years to get Psycho back.
4 more years in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hasbro announced today a multi-year extension of their partnership with Disney and Lucasfilm for the Star Wars product license, but that does include Marvel as well. So thankfully, Marvel Legends and Black Series aren't dead. Hasbro gets to keep going.
Woo.
So
I've been pretty happy with the way things have been going in general. So I don't want another company making Star Wars products exclusively. I would rather it just stay at Hasbro and just like keep the same team working. They've done a lot of good too.
Yeah,
Sounds
no, I
like they're
totally
cooking
agree.
up a lot for the next few
Yes.
years too.
Right.
Mhm.
As much
I
as
don't know
as
what I
much as
would-
we like to complain, there's also a lot of praise to give Hasbro.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I honestly don't know if the line ended and somebody else picked up the line. I don't know if I would start all over. Honestly, I don't know if I would just continue or. Luckily, I don't have to think about that anymore. But
That'd be tough. I'm glad we don't have to entertain that thought anymore. You're right.
listen, at the
I
end of the
agree.
day, people might disagree. I do think that the Star Wars Black Series is going to be one of those toy lines that are goated. I think with the amount of characters they've released and all that, who knows if 20, 30 years from now, we can say that the Black Series team, did a lot
Yeah.
for toy
Yeah.
collecting in general.
It's had longevity already. I mean, we're looking
Yeah.
at over 10 years now. Like that's
Mhm.
really good for a toy line. Most
Yeah.
toy lines,
12 years.
most individual toy lines don't make it that long. That's great.
Yeah.
12
Yeah.
years. It's a long
Shout out
time.
Troy. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Shout out Troy with the $5 super. Thankful for you boys. We're thankful for you as well.
Thank you, Troy.
I accidentally clicked out of that. My bad.
Motherfucker.
My bad.
Thankful for you as well, bro.
Yeah,
Appreciate
appreciate you, man. But you want to get into some hellos as well? We didn't really do that tonight.
Yeah. Let's do. Let me scroll up. Let's do some hellos. We got Jonah, SHF Grievous hype. Don't know if I'll be able to stay awake that long, but I wish you all luck on those pre-orders. Yeah, I doubt we're streaming until then either. So
I don't
I
think
can't-
unless a random Brandon jumps in here, I don't think we're staying up that late again, man. That
was insane.
that was a rarity.
Yeah.
we got Bobcat. What's up, guys? How's it going? Just got done watching Revenge of the Sith on the big screen, and now I'm getting food, so I'll be back soon. We're going to do that tomorrow.
Peak.
Pete.
Yeah, has
got
everybody here
rain.
seen it this weekend at some point?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
I'm going on Saturday.
Same.
Hell yeah.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I was gonna go today, but I was like, nah, I gotta wait for the wife. So probably next week.
Good call.
Oh yeah.
I would say Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday.
Make it a
For
little
sure.
me.
And I'm gonna get the whole popcorn. Well, it depends. There's some theaters that are doing that, right? The whole the Darth Vader
I think
sippy
it's
cup and everything.
It's Cinemark that has the
Shout out Zach,
apparel.
Black Series Cantina, hooking me up with the popcorn tub and the
Hell
cup.
yeah!
Hell
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Awesome.
Bro was looking out for me.
I want Hayden to serve me, so
Mhm.
I don't know where that's gonna happen.
We got Rain. What's going on?
Yo.
We got Lachlan. What's up? Looking forward to this episode. Appreciate it. We got Doug. Hi everyone. Have company, but I'll be in later. All right, Doug. Sounds good. Doug.
Hello,
That's the
Doug.
time to introduce company
Hello,
to
Doug.
Figureball.
Yeah, put it
Oh,
on the
yeah.
big screen. Put it on
Okay,
the
let's get this down so that we can see Unk while we do this. We got Paul. What's up, Paul? Do that too.
There you go.
We got R2 Drew 2. How you doing? Are we all staying up with MNF until 3 a.m.? No.
Nah, I
Nah.
don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think
Yeah.
it's gonna happen.
What's the longest stream you guys? 7 hours, right?
I think
don't
between the holiday special stream, like between watching it and that, I think it was like 7 hours. Yeah,
The total between the two.
I'd have to
Yeah.
look it up.
I'll check.
We
Out of
got
sheer
Sick Society.
curiosity, I'm gonna check.
What up, sick?
We got Dan, SHF Grievous hype. You
What
already
up,
know.
Dan?
We got someone else. That's great, but I don't remember asking. Well, see, I do remember you asking. We got Troy, so hype. We got Darth Towler. Just finished this week's MNF earlier this morning. Excited to see you guys streaming again. Sebulba is peak. I wouldn't know because Amazon still hasn't fucking shipped them.
Dude,
I
Amazon
already got
still
him on the
doesn't
shelf.
ship it? 'Cause
He's not even on my
Nope.
desk anymore. He graduated from desk figgy to shelf figgy, and you haven't
Yep.
even gotten yours yet. What the heck?
He's on my shelf.
Does it
too.
have a hard time standing? Because I see, I was seeing a review. No, right? You can. Yeah,
He's
okay.
He
right
stands.
out of the box. He stands
He's
great.
right. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I was gonna say mine fulfilled on Big Bad, and I thought they would be last for sure. But just a boba,
Hell yeah.
Luminara and Shakti have it, which was weird to me.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
We got Andrew. What's up, Andrew?
Yo.
We got Seth Nico. Pre-orders go up at 8 a.m. for me, but I'm doing an all-nighter anyways. Hell yeah.
Wow.
We got Dr. Foregon.
Watching the draft. I've got my eye on social media for the draft on this one. We'll see.
This is some waffling. Got some guy on Action Displays channel saying the Grievous is going to be just as bad as the Black Series.
What?
I think bro needs to open his eyes and get some help.
What the heck?
We got Still Woozy. Got Avix. Catch you boys on the replay. Got to watch the NFL draft.
We're going up against the draft. What the heck?
I mean, if you're smart, you'll be here. Just saying.
Hey,
I mean,
you're spitting.
we got
You can catch the
Emiliano.
draft on replay. You got to watch Figureball live, right?
Spitting, bro.
100%.
We got Emiliano. Happy Thursday, getting over a bad sickness, and this is making me feel much better. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Glad
feel
you feel
better,
Hearing
better.
that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I feel better, man.
Feel better.
We got
Music
Miguel.
sucks.
Hello, Zooboy and others. Wow. Look at that, bro.
I
Zooboy
mean,
and
the others.
correct.
Boy is
Correct.
that guy.
What is this?
He's
Lost?
him.
Zooboy is him.
Yeah,
He's him.
he is him.
Got
Yeah,
Darth
and the
Threat.
others. Yeah, lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got that one. I got that
Oh,
one. Right.
I knew Wheelbomb was in my corner at least. Okay.
Yeah. I got you.
What up, Darth Trev? Anybody else? We got CJ Yo-Yo. What's up? Got Piercing, $25 in a crate. Luke.
What's that get you?
We got
Oh,
Pletho.
Nintendo Switch 2.
There you go.
Ooh. Did anybody
Delayed.
pre-order that?
That's up for or you can go pre-order it right now.
No, I don't think anywhere.
I think it sold out last
I
It's
night.
sold out.
sold
Quick.
everywhere.
Dude, yeah, I was looking at it yesterday, and
One of my
websites went down. Walmart, Target, everything sold out. God
Dude.
damn, you mute.
Dude, you're doing that on purpose, bro.
Bro, I'm not allowed to sneeze? Fuck me.
Bro, why do you turn your mic off for it and not mute your mic?
Bro,
Yeah,
because
you
I
could
don't
leave
have-
you could leave the camera.
Leave the
on,
camera on.
Yeah,
Turn the
just
mic
mute.
off.
I don't have enough time. A sneeze is a very quick thing. You don't have enough time to mute both. You can't.
Well, you could just do.
You have time to mute
do
your
the one.
camera? You don't have time to mute both? What do you mean?
I can't.
Bro prioritizes the camera over the audio. He
Yeah,
wants.
'cause
us to hear
otherwise
that.
you're gonna see my O face.
A
Well,
sneeze.
I mean, we
alive
wanna
would
see
be
that.
crazy.
It would be my S face, actually.
We want to see
Oh,
that.
see, they're saying it lasted on Walmart for over 2 hours. I tried, and Walmart wasn't letting
It
me
was tough.
pre-order
It
it.
was tough.
Walmart
Last night I
like-
was stuck in the queue.
Yep. That was a fun experience listening to you guys fucking stressing about getting the Switch
Getting
2.
the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
My boy Piercing got my back. Shout out Piercing, coming
Oh,
through
yeah.
for me on that.
Let's see who else we got. We got Dante Displays, the big stay.
The
big
big
stay.
stay.
Nice.
I love
We
it.
got Matthew Shaver. Just got back from seeing Revenge of the Sith, and I was the only one in the theater. Our theater
Ooh.
tomorrow is packed. It is full.
Wow.
No available seats. We got Moncho. Let's see. Anybody else? We got Bsum. Brandon said he was planning to for 2030. So this news was actually first on MNF. Well, I will say, even if the contract didn't renew, they do still have to keep planning things until the line could
Yeah,
have
it's-
potentially ended. So
From what we've heard,
that
it's
didn't
business.
inherently mean that they
Right.
knew, but
From what we've heard, it's business as usual until
until
the
it's
the
not,
contract is
basically.
over. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, even McFarlane has said that from their perspective right now, it's business as usual because they still have the license for over a year,
Right.
There you go.
which is kind of crazy.
McFarlane could have been planning until 2027, 2028,
Right.
but then,
McFarlane is kind of cooking. I know not for like what it is, but a lot of people are very happy with what he's releasing
I am
as of
very-
late. Dude,
he's going out
killing it.
swinging.
Yeah. Yep.
They put out some stuff that even I'm like, oh, I'd pick that
Mhm.
up. And I'm not a big DC person, so
Let's see, we got Darth Stargazer. Will be a mess if another brand tries to pick up at this point. Continuation is best unless the situation is dire. And TBS and TVC are far from dire. They are much closer to fire.
Agree.
I like that. I like that. That's cool.
Got Mojave.
It's like
what's
poetry.
up? It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It rhymes.
Got Smoky Blizzard. We
Here we go.
got Mike Collects. Hope everyone secures their pre-order. Good luck. We'll catch the replay. See you at the replay.
Good luck.
See anybody else? Got Still Woozy. Veils is finished. A single figure is $71 US. Now
What?
that is
What?
fucking
Look,
insane.
Are you serious?
That's insane.
There's no way.
I mean, I've heard. Well, that's what happened with CT Toys, right?
CT Toys is gonna pick up the Star Wars line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Dante's balls glow in the dark. Peak.
Hey, yeah.
Crazy.
Dante's balls.
Bro, I was looking down and I was like, what the fuck are we talking about right now?
Hey, yo.
Glow in the dark whales.
Let me get this last Instagram story posted and I'm done.
Oh, I'm a dumb motherfucker. I forgot to share the post.
Dumb
Man.
motherfucker!
Dumb motherfucker!
I didn't either.
Fire me. Get a new co-host. I'm out.
All right.
We got Jedi Master Joshua. We got Courtney. Hello, bitches.
Hey, Courtney.
Hello, Courtney.
Yeah.
What the fuck? We got
What?
Mac. We
What up, Mac?
got Anime Boy. We got Tangy.
Hey,
Just pulled up to the theater. It's Revenge of the Sith time, boys. Catch the replay. Appreciate you, brother.
Tangy.
Who else? We got Chewy Blunt. Got my Switch pre-order locked in last night. Hell yeah.
Congrats. That's awesome.
Hey guys, welcome to Monday Night Figureball.
Welcome back to Monday Night Figureball.
And then we have Hal
Guys.
Runner. Sorry, Hal Runner.
Flamingo says
Hey
you
guys,
Oh, yeah,
have
welcome
flamingo
back to
sauce,
Monday Night
too.
Figureball.
Deadshot and Adam Strange. That is nice, bro. I'm waiting for my McFarlane Toy Store order. Although I did get the platinum from Piercing I showed off last week of Adam Strange. That was cool.
Sick.
Hell yeah. And then we got Blabby. What up, Blabby?
Blabby.
All right. So now that we've gotten hellos, thank you everybody who's stopping by. We do like doing these little streams in the middle of the week.
No, I hate doing it.
We have a little streak going with them. We've been doing it pretty often.
That's true.
We got Cookie. What up,
Dude,
Cookie?
huge shout out to Commander Cook. I'm not gonna spoil anything or anything, but that guy's a legend. Good
Hell
guy.
yeah. Cookie's a
Appreciate
legend.
you.
I agree.
Thank you, Cook.
Hey, Lachlan got Count Dooku and R2D2 Revenge of the Sith figures today.
Nice.
Dude, everybody, it feels like everybody's is processing and shipping. Mine still has not moved at all.
And mine still says May the 4th on that shit. So
Be with you.
Damn.
They're
Dumb
all sold out,
motherfuckers.
dumb motherfucker.
Are they all sold out?
except Cody. Yep.
Damn. They
Cody.
must have overproduced Cody.
I think so.
But
Oh, Cody.
Cody.
pull this banner back up. But yeah, again, Black Series isn't dead. Black Series 6-inch, yeah.
Yeah. Black
Yeah.
Series.
Black Series 6-inch, yeah. Black Series.
Welcome to the Hasbro panel.
Well, you guys, you know how.
We often talk about how we're listening to fans.
Today, this was introduced to us in the latest season of Mandalorian, the Moff Gideon premium roleplay helmet. Woo!
There we go.
We should do all reveals like that from now on.
Yes. All helmets on Chris.
Yeah.
Love it.
Hey, Dang Ches is shipped too. Arriving tomorrow. Nice.
Dang.
But this is good news. Yippee! We need an Anakin yippee clip to play.
All right, give me a minute. Hang on.
Yeah. Will Von Cook.
But Black Series is not dead, thankfully, and it sounds like the team is cooking for the next few years. So I'm hyped. I know the rest of you guys are hyped too, because no matter the criticism, we do still love the Black Series. Black Series 6-inch, yeah.
Speak for yourself, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. You,
I hate all lines that I collect.
How
You
many
just-
releases did they have in? I don't expect anybody to know this off the top of their head, but how many releases did the Black Series have in total in 2024? Do we know?
Was it like 80 something?
I'm curious to know at what point though in the Black Series are they?
Holy shit! All right, hold on. Dude, shout out. So this is from the Out of the Basement Discord server. 2857 for the figure. 4283 in taxes.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
And then
God,
7106 for
Crazy.
one single Veil's Clone Trooper.
Bro.
That's
Honestly,
wild.
worth it. I'd buy 5 of them.
No, negative. That's crazy.
You got to support
That
those,
is
That's
crazy.
like literally fucking.
you got to
insane.
support those
Somebody-
small businesses, guys.
Somebody,
Nah, we're good.
somebody, please look up how expensive the new Doom Squadron ones they made are. If they're still available,
No.
those are probably over $100. Yeah.
What is
4283 in taxes. That is
That's
freaking
fucked.
insane. That is so dumb. Shout out Disciple on the OOTV server for sharing that. Holy shit. Is there anything else? No. That's right here. So somebody right here 67.75, 41.23 in tax. That is freaking crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Hello, friend.
Wow.
$70 for a.
It's
Bro, you know there's going to be people who are like, it's still peak, bro. I'm still going to buy them all.
Still gonna buy them.
Fucking Christ.
expensive.
That, oh, Jesus. But I think that's enough talk for the, all that really matters with this Black Series, Marvel Legends, all that isn't dead. They're going to keep going. The big switch did not happen. That was a fucking dud.
That means Jason Solo is still possible.
Still on the table.
Still on the table. But next up.
I'll say I'm thankful for it, and I hope the team at Hasbro gets to keep doing this for a long time. They've been making Hasbro toys essentially, or they've been making Star Wars toys about as long as I've been alive. So let's keep rolling.
That means
Keep
we
it
can
going.
still get Kyle Katarn for Wilbon.
There's
We
still a
can-
chance.
We can still get Bestman Luke and Dirge for coffee. We
Yes.
still got Jason for me. We got Bane for Fig.
For Unk, yep.
So let's go.
We gotta get all of those through, and then the Black Series can go away. Although hopefully it never does. Yippee!
Are you
Yeah.
with it? Yeah, you got it.
God damn. That
You
was
know,
fucking loud.
sad.
Ears are bleeding.
I missed out on Supergirl, the new McFarlane Supergirl. Went up today.
Oh.
I missed it.
She sold out.
Sold out everywhere.
Dude, those McFarlane figures been selling out really
They've been
quick.
selling out. Yeah.
Yeah, low production numbers, I guess.
Yeah. There's
Maybe.
way
And
less
And this
on
was like the
page.
in stock. Because I missed the pre-order except on Amazon. So I do have my Amazon pre-order, but Supergirl was the second figure that was on those trucks that got robbed. But it wasn't
Damn.
it wasn't
No
all of-
way. Do you really? That really did happen, huh?
That's what they say.
That's the story.
There's no
That's
way.
the
You can't come
story.
up with
That's the word
something
on the
better
street.
than that.
Maybe Wilbon actually did it.
Yeah, it was me.
There you go.
Fast and
Well,
Furious
yeah.
type shit.
It was the MNF heist. We planned.
Yeah.
But other than the contract being renewed, this website, the Toy Book, did an interview with Chris Cox, which
Mr. Hasbro, John Hasbro.
John Hasbro himself, and they asked a lot of questions on the business side of things. So they did talk to him about the tariffs and talking about retail partners. So I did actually want to start off with that. Let me see if zooming in makes the text bigger. It does, thankfully. So on today's call, you mentioned discussing tariff and supply chain issues with retail partners. Mass retail manages the current environment better than specialty retailers such as independent toy stores, game shops, and the quote fan channel collector shops. How is Hasbro supporting the smaller retails? And then Chris Cox said, we continue to support specialty retailers through initiatives like our Wizards Play Network, which is up to 7,500 stores now. The game side is super healthy, and Magic the Gathering and Dungeons & Dragons are not sourced from China, so there isn't tariff exposure. We have 93 days of inventory to allocate to support mass retailers and mom and pop shops. We have uniform pricing for 60 to 90 days, so retailers have time to prepare for any pricing updates, and we're going to maintain our pricing as long as possible. There is a downside for the toy industry in that there will be some blanks and planograms later this year, and because of that, we can step in and ask our retail partners, how can we help? We have a lot of products in our board game and TCG business with little to no tariff exposure. This is an opportunity for Hasbro, but a loss for the toy aisle if products are missing. And then this is the big one. Regarding tariffs, you mentioned planning for multiple outcomes, including sticking with a 145% duty on China and a 10% duty elsewhere. How could that impact consumer pricing across categories from simple toys to the more complex articulated offerings out of China, such as the collector lines and Hasbro Pulse products? And Chris Cox said, with pricing category by category, mileage varies. For collectors, we get that a $40 to $50 action figure is a purchase from the heart. We're not looking to nickel and dime anyone there. There will be no increase in the current pre-order pricing for items that were ordered before the 145% kicked in. The price that was paid is the price. So he is talking about stuff that is currently up for pre-order, and I'm assuming maybe within that 60 to 90 day range that he mentioned in the previous question that we looked at. So it seems like if you're ordering from places like Pulse and even a big corporation like Amazon, they aren't going to apply that tariff price. But since somewhere like Big Bad or Entertainment Earth or anywhere like that are, you know, the more fan channel, smaller shops, they might have to do the price increases just from what they're having to deal with on a personal, you know, basis, I guess. But it seems like Hasbro figures won't be affected for, you know, another 2 months, maybe, it seems like, which is nice. And it's nice to know that they won't be going back and increasing prices on things within this window, at least, again, on their end, so from Hasbro Pulse. But
yeah, it's just another reason I'm glad to have a lot of things pre-ordered through Pulse. And like, I'm a premium member, so like it's advantageous of me just to pick that as my, you know, pre-order retailer anyway, just regardless. But yeah, I mean, it's good to know that I won't have to worry about that, at least for now.
Right.
Have you guys heard anything about the HasLabs or the Sentinel or anything like that on those big purchases?
Nothing.
I have not, but you know, if they're coming out later, in the year, they might have to tax surcharges on it.
The HasLabs that we've already paid for, does that fall under the like we've already paid whatever the price is? The price, just from what I read from this.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
hopefully,
because like I was gonna say, like Big Bad Toy Store already released how they're gonna do it. Like their prices are the same ish. They're always gonna raise it because it's Big Bad, but they have that little exclamation or that wording underneath, say this is before essentially tariff charge. When that price comes, we'll let you know. If at that point it's too much, you can cancel. That's kind of how they're doing things. I feel like a lot of people are doing something similar. So they don't want to sticker shock people, which I totally get.
They don't want to lose business for now.
Right.
Have you guys seen what
have that? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, have you guys seen what Super 7 said?
No.
Yes, they're charging a blanket like 8%, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
It's happening everywhere. What can you
That
do?
Super 7?
Yep.
Yeah, and they're already overpriced.
Exactly. So that's gonna be
That's gonna be stupid.
Yeah.
That might take them out completely because Super 7 is one of those lines that they're like nice for what they are, but they definitely are not the value. Like for 50, 55. No way.
No. But for something like HasLab, I mean, we've already been charged for that. So I'd be kind of beside myself if I'm asked to pay another charge on top of something I've already like shelled out money for, like the Cantina or the Sentinel. Like
I was watching somebody talk about that, and I don't know if they're contractually obligated, like they can't up the price in any way. I don't know how that works. I don't know, like when you pre-order something, and with the Sentinel, it's different though because we didn't pay for the Sentinels, so they charge us when they're ready to ship. So I think for that. Possibly, but for the Cantina, I can't imagine since you guys already paid for those things, that they're gonna be like there's gonna be an additional cost. No way. But for the Sentinels and the Dragon Man, it can happen for sure.
I can't imagine they'll tack a surcharge on the Cantina. I can't.
I've said this a few times, but I'm hoping that all this shit is resolved before those heavy hitting, big expensive items hit.
Right. Yeah.
I have a feeling it will be, but it's good to be prepared in case, you know.
Yeah. 100%. Go ahead and read the rest of his answer. When considering relocating production on items with a lot of deco or detail, including action figures and some of our roleplay items, we will not cut corners. We will always choose the right manufacturing partner to ensure safety and quality. Then we'll look at the tariffs for pricing considerations.
You know what's fucking crazy? That I'm more worried about the tariffs affecting my toys and video games than they are like other essentials. Like nobody's talking about the tariffs affecting like other like important products coming out of China.
Yeah,
it's only my damn toys
all
and my
consumer goods. No,
yeah,
it's all about my piggies. It's all about my piggies, bro.
It's all about the piggies.
Talking about other stuff.
The plastic crack.
It's great.
Yeah, but so thankfully it seems like. In the short-term future, so maybe the next 2 months or so, we should be fine in terms of Hasbro products. But after that is where they might have to start, adding the tariff surcharge, increasing the prices, stuff like that. So
we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, he came and said nothing's going to change for current pre-order pricing. That's good. Like to hear that. Got to give them, got to give that one to Hasbro.
Yeah.
So I'm with Max Rebo. Only 32 likes. If you're watching right now, hit like. If you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. We go live all the time.
Yeah, guys, get those numbers up. Let's go. Smash that motherfucking like button.
Smash that shit. Smash. But other than the tariffs and Hasbro's contract renewing, we got something very special going up for pre-order tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that is the SHF General Grievous. Also, a potential SHF Magna Guard tease.
Ooh.
So, I do have the images pulled up. The SHF General Grievous looks amazing. I love it. Cannot wait for this to go up. Anybody watching right now, this goes up for pre-order tonight at 3 a.m. Eastern, 12 a.m. Pacific.
Crazy.
It's because things in Japan go up for pre-order at 4 p.m. Japanese Japan Standard Time, whatever it is, and that means that's going to be 3 o'clock in the morning for us because they are 13 hours ahead. So
insane.
To answer Troy's question here, thank you for the super chat.
What's up, Troy? Appreciate it.
I'll be waiting for Ami Ami, which goes live at 10 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, so no,
that'll be right after we get out, right?
Right after we get out.
Yeah. Revenge of the Sith, I mean.
Yeah, it should.
You guys are going together?
Be close. Yeah.
That's dope.
No, they don't seem. I doubt they would make special packaging for it, but he does go up.
Go on eBay.
Yeah, again, he does go up at 3 a.m. Eastern, 12 a.m. Pacific, and that's at most Japanese retailers. So that's places like HLJ, Hobby Genki, Nin Game, and other places like that. Tonight,
have they set a price on this yet or no?
Yes. So the retail price is 18,150
That's
yen.
crazy. Dollars? Oh.
Yeah, $18,000.
Whole house. So how much is that in USD?
About $125.
That's not
and
bad.
then and also keep in mind, I know there was a lot of people sticker shocked by the price, understandably so, but keep in mind that a lot of these import websites apply a 10 to 15% discount off the MSRP. So you're going to get about 1,800 yen off. I know Nin has them listed for around $110 right now. And I assume that Hobby Genki and Ami Ami will be the exact same, though the Ami Ami always takes 10% off.
Bro, how much
Genki
was
always
Jar
does
Jar?
10 to 12% off.
Jar Jar was
Is this
expensive.
the same as Jar Jar? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Jar Jar was 15,000 yen shipped. And months ago when he came out and the yen was way weaker than it is now, he was like $85, I think. Now he's on sale. He's on a deeper sale now, but now he's about $100. He would have been about $100 shipped.
That's crazy.
So Grievous is probably going to be around 135 to 150, depending on how the yen fluctuates and goes up and down and everything after shipping, which is definitely expensive. You know, I understand the sticker shock for a lot of people because that's a lot of money for a 6-inch scale figure.
I gotta tell you, I hate General Grievous, the Black Series General Grievous, so much. I will disrupt my sleep schedule to make sure I get this.
I'm 100% in on this. I don't give a fuck. Like
the Black Series is so ass.
Yeah.
Like I was even looking at the hot toy, and then they announced this, and I'm like, okay, this is what it is right here. This is the one.
But
you
this
guys might
image,
wanna fact check me on this. I just wanted to add to this. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but like Ami Ami and a couple of other sites don't have DHL service anymore, correct? Because of what's going on
at the moment. I think a lot of them are only doing it for a few weeks.
Okay.
So I mean, he doesn't come out until November. So for all we know, this could all be fixed by then.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't.
Worse. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't. Smokey, we have no idea. Like, there's no way to really determine that. It's a really popular figure, but we don't know how many they're making, how many people want to buy it. There's no way to really determine if it's going to sell out quick or not.
I would anticipate the market for this has to be similar to the Yoda and the Anakin, where it's a prequel character. It's a version that the Black Series isn't very good.
I will say this is one of the most desired SHF Star Wars figures probably ever. So I would
say even more than what Wilbon's saying, because Wilbon, you got to remember, Anakin and Yoda were re-releases.
True.
That's true.
And
yeah.
Since when did they initially?
But when those sold out immediately, so I imagine this will have the same effect, where it's just sold. It's just sold to sell out.
The prototype for this was shown off 7 years ago, and now they're finally coming back around to doing it and actually releasing it. So it's been a while. Best place to pre-order it. There's not really a best place. There's a lot of retailers that are very reliable. The ones that I said, I would avoid HLJ because they are going to be the most expensive. They are one of the retailers that does not apply any discounts, so you're going to be paying the maximum price for it. So there's Amazon Japan, Ami Ami, Hobby Genki.
I like the Amazon
Nin
Japan
game. Yeah.
If I can't manage to get it on Ami Ami, I might probably end up doing Amazon Japan if it's still available.
I agree with you. Those are my top two, Wilbon. And I think what I like about those two as well is they don't charge upfront.
Yep. So, this does go up at 3 a.m. tonight for most retailers, but not for Ami Ami. If you are ordering this from Ami Ami, it will go up at 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night, April 26th. It will go up at 10 p.m. Eastern.
I'll be having friends over for board games, and I'll be in the corner pre-ordering an Ami Ami figure.
Everywhere else, also Plaza Japan, we don't know. It won't be the same time as everywhere else. Not 100% sure with Plaza Japan. So Plaza Japan and Ami Ami will not be going up at 3 o'clock in the morning, but it will be going up basically everywhere else. This image right here is my favorite one because you can just see how tall he is. This figure is going to be 190 millimeters, which means it's going to be 7.4 inches tall. It is going to be a unit. I know I've seen so many people, they're like, oh, SHF always runs so much smaller. It's still going to be the same size as the Black Series. No. No. It is significantly taller than the Black Series General Grievous.
It's just
as
how
you can
massively underscaled that Black Series one is. Like they just completely screwed that up.
The cape comes with the lightsaber storage, which is cool. I do like this pose too. This looks great.
Cool. Yeah, that looks sick.
This one too. So you can see the 2 sets of hands he comes with. He's going to come with these kind of more neutral, kind of open palm hands, and then he's going to come with the saber gripping ones as well for the main arms. He also comes with a display stand, which was not expected, but pretty awesome.
All right.
And this is what we mean by the Magna Guard tease, the potential Magna Guard tease from them. So he does have the staff with the effects on it, but this is not listed as an accessory that the figure will be coming with. I have that right here. This is directly from Tamashi's website. So he comes with the main body, the 2 pairs of hands, the replacement arms. So just in case anybody was still wondering how they're doing that, it is a swap out pair of arms for the 4 arms. He comes with his 4 lightsabers, the cape, and the stand. So nowhere on here does it indicate that he's going to be coming with that Magna Guard staff. So it seems like they could be potentially teasing this to come at some point. I mean, you never know because it's a physical piece that they have and that they used for the promo images. So they had to make a mold of it. So
little tease. They love their tease.
You know, maybe if Grievous sells well, they'll go through with making it. And I can't imagine Grievous selling bad because I know a lot of people are hyped for this. So
I have to imagine it's just in the works for them to like full on make this and like show it in promo photos like this.
I mean, I'm hyped because that means we'll probably
maybe someday we'll even just see a Magna Guard prototype along the lines. Like maybe that's where we see it next. But
I'm hyped because it'll probably be the scale that it's supposed to be and not undersized like the Black Series. And also, it's not going to be made out of a gummy ass plastic where I feel like I'm going to snap the limbs when I'm messing with it. So.
Yeah,
we'll see. Also, good point. Wired capes on it too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Black Series does that now. So
this pose right here too.
That looks so cool.
Coffee, you got some questions from Smokey, Matthew Shaver, and Chewy Blunt.
All right. Let's look. Yes, links will be posted in Discord. With SHF, do they restock things, or am I screwed if I miss the pre-order? It seems like when they put things up for pre-order, they don't do their full allotment. They just do a certain amount.
There will be some available at launch.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you're necessarily screwed if you missed the pre-order. It's just if you missed the pre-order, keep an eye on it because people could cancel at some point and you could get one of those. Or when the figure actually comes out, keep an eye out because I'm sure they'll have extras.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Dan is asking, when you order from Amazon Japan, you don't have to add any addresses. You can just use you just use your normal address. They ship to the United States. You are going to have to make a separate account for Amazon Japan, but they ship to the US. You don't have to. I don't even know how would you even get it if you had to like ship it somewhere else. But they do ship to the United States.
You can't use your same Amazon account. Just go onto the Amazon website because I order things from Amazon UK and I could still use my same account.
I had to make a new account. I mean, you can use the same login information and everything, but I had to make a separate account for Amazon Japan.
And also, like when you switch it over to Amazon.jp, your purchase history and everything is completely different too.
Yes, it's a separate. Yeah. That's what, for me. It's a separate thing for UK, but it's still my same account.
Depending on where you order it from and the discounts, I think it'll be anywhere from $135 to $145, $150 shipped. It will be inexpensive boy.
$250 on Big Bad.
Yeah, so if anybody's wondering about Big Bad, you're probably going to be paying almost $200 for this. And keep in mind, that's before taxes, shipping, and a potential tariff surcharge.
Yep.
So
amazing resource, Mr. Coffee. SHF, yeah. Mr. Coffee,
yeah.
Thanks, R2.
I gotta say, I would avoid Big Bad with this one. You don't want to spend. First off, you're gonna be paying. They charge an extra 15 to 20% on the shipped price. So I could imagine he'll be like 160, 175 from them, and then on top of that, you're going to have to pay taxes, your state tax on that. So in Florida, it would be like 7.5% on that, on top of a potential tariff surcharge. Like imagine ordering it from them and you get hit with a 40% surcharge on that on top of it.
Crazy.
I honestly, I would not go with Big Bad for this one.
No.
I would just try to minimize the amount of money that you're going to be paying. Honestly, I'm with Trev at that point. Like, you might as well just get the hot toy one.
No, but you want to support small businesses up to a certain point to where it hurts you as a consumer. Like, you just, at a certain point, you have to take care of yourself.
I am right about the time because it says it goes up 4 p.m. JST on Nin, and that's 3 o'clock in the morning in the U.S. So I promise, guys, I'm not telling you the wrong time.
And that's, again, not Ami.
Not Ami. If you are ordering from Ami, do not wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
It
goes up.
To go to Ami.
You know what? Matter of fact, I'm making a banner.
Put on the banner. Yeah.
PO at 3 a.m. unless using Ami. There we go. If you are using Ami, 10 p.m. Eastern on, tomorrow, the 25th. So not the 26th, like I said. So tomorrow, the 25th at 10 p.m. Eastern is when it should be going up. Actually, thank you for saying that. Let me add Eastern to this. Save. There we go. So, if you're using Ami, do not wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and get pissed off.
24 hours a day. What a stupid idea. Who wants a Krabby Patty at 3 in the morning?
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
Literally us with our
Bro, we should edit the fucking SHF Grievous right there.
Yeah.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
Yeah. Yes. Ami, tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern. So, April 25th, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, if you're doing Ami. They always do it the day after. Not 7 p.m. p.m. Not a.m. p.m. Fucking hell. p.m.
So tonight's Nin pre-order for Grievous would be what? 12 a.m. their time.
Pacific, yes.
Pacific.
Yes.
3 a.m. Eastern.
Yes.
To be more
and if you don't know what that is in your time zone, Google.com can easily tell you your time zone.
For all us collectors, you got 12 o'clock Psycho's time, 1 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock Justin and Nate times, 3 o'clock your guys' time.
You're spitting.
This pre-order might end up like my shirt game. 5 minutes and it's out. Yes, 7 BBY. Go set that alarm for 5 a.m. Y'all got this.
Y'all got it.
You know what? Yeah. Y'all got it. Yep. 6:30 a.m. Got it. You guys got it. Yep. Nope. Most of them do not put the listing up until it's time to pre-order.
So what you're
Pacific,
saying,
it's going to be 2 p.m. Pacific. You guys got it. There we go.
So what you're saying is he goes up in 9 minutes.
Yeah, he goes up in 9 minutes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
9 minutes plus 24 hours.
There you go.
I'm going to
From Ami. See, now
Yes,
you're confusing me, bro.
Shut the fuck
Is
up.
this an automatic pickup for all 4 of you guys?
Hell yeah.
100%.
I hate that Black Series.
Not even a question.
I'm going to take that Black Series and I'm going to use it for a midnight snack, a 3 a.m. snack. I'm going to snack on it while I'm pre-ordering the new
boy, 3 a.m.
You know
Now,
what we should use, dude?
question, in all of Star Wars, where would you rank Grievous as a villain?
Top 5.
Really? That high?
No.
There's villains?
Villains, yeah.
Top 5 villains, yeah. It's pretty good. Who's a better villain?
Okay. We'll start with the top. Like Palpatine, Vader.
No, sorry, incorrect. Vader, correct. Yes.
Palpatine is not number 1 or 2 for you?
All right.
Bro, he literally orchestrates the entire downfall of the Republic.
There's no way. He's not.
Get this fuck out of here.
There's no way. All right, Palpatine,
I have to
Vader.
say, on the Yap of Us, my fellow co-host, specifically, I'm sorry, Jacob, Tyler, Austin, I'm sorry. They told me not to say this on Figureball.
Oh no!
But I'm gonna say it. Palpatine is a shit character.
What is this? Obi-Wan and Palpatine are shit characters, bro.
Palpatine is just a cackling.
Somebody come get your boy. I think you're doing this for clout, bro. Seriously.
Honestly, Alex is spin.
No, listen.
Way.
Listen. Let me defend this for a second. Palpatine is a cackling evil villain. Anakin Skywalker turning into Vader or something like that. Darth Maul is a great
You're
example.
You're gonna sit here and say General Grievous is a better fucking villain than Palpatine.
All right. Forget Grievous for a sec. Just
okay, who then? Who?
Okay,
who's better?
Look at characters like Vader,
Count Dooku. Fuck that
Vader,
shit,
Dooku, and Maul. They actually have nuance. You could see how they fell to the dark side. They're not just like. Why is Palpatine evil? I don't know. There's no reason.
He has a hunger for power. He consumes all. He will throw everything to the shit.
Yeah, but why though?
He has a desire for power. He's evil incarnate, bro. He's literally the devil in Star Wars.
Yeah,
I don't. You're right. He
is the devil in Star Wars.
I 100% agree with what you're saying.
All the Jedi Council in their peak moments, he was able to, like.
I agree with everything you guys are saying. I just think that
everyone you just listed is a victim of Palpatine.
Right. That's my point. Is that they're
so that makes him the fucking best villain, bro.
You also lost
hold on.
It depends. You said that Obi-Wan was a shit fucking character.
It depends on what you mean. It depends on what you mean because I think that Palpatine is the ultimate.
This isn't how much you like the character or how much depth you think the character has. It's just top villains.
Okay, if you're saying top villain, Palpatine is definitely the ultimate villain in Star Wars.
Okay, there you go. There you go. That's all you had to say.
I'm just saying
that's all you had. You finally understand the
premise. Okay, I agree with that. I'm just saying he's not like a character like Grand Admiral Thrawn, where it has so much nuance on what he does and
depth of character. Been explored. He's not been explored as much as I would probably like. Zoo, you are spitting about that. I would like his backstory and motivations explored more in media.
I mean, in the Plagueis book, we do get that, but it's still not like.
I would like to see it in a visual format.
Okay, so I would have to say it. Alex,
Coffee's doing work for making sure people get this figure, and me and Zoo are waffling over here.
No, Alex, you said which, you said General Grievous, how high does he rank? So I guess this depends on what we mean by this, because if we're talking about like just
oh my god. Oh my god.
Are we talking
Drop
about
the tape, please? Is it on the OF?
Which Ray are we talking about? We talking about Rey Mysterio?
Oh, even better.
Pearson, why are you saying I hate most of the EU? What are you saying?
What is going on?
What is Pearson saying?
Bro, Zoo's like a big EU guy. What do you don't do you even watch the show, brother?
Okay. So this is what I think. I think that if we're talking like top villains, then Palpatine is one. No. I'm still gonna give one to Vader. Vader is still number one.
I won't fight you on
I
that.
don't think anybody will disagree.
I'm gonna say Vader. I'm gonna say Vader, then Palpatine, then Maul, then I'm gonna say Thrawn, then Dooku, then Grievous. So Grievous would be 6, is what I'll say. However, if we're talking about like my personal favorite villains, it would be Thrawn. No. You know what? No, I'm gonna give it to Vader. It's still Vader, Thrawn, Maul, and then Grievous. So Grievous would be 4 for me.
Tommy, that was his list of like the most influential villains in the franchise, not his favorite. He just said Palpatine was a shit character.
Right. If I'm talking about favorite, it's Vader, Thrawn, then Maul, then Grievous at 4. I love Grievous.
I would like Palpatine's motivations explored a bit more, but I do like.
Fuck, he lost me, bro. I knew you didn't have the full context when you said that was a base list.
Yeah, you needed to hear the full context of this.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let me look at my villain shelf. Who else we got?
The villain shelf.
I mean, see, I have.
Well,
I don't.
Hold on, Hulk
You're
Hogan.
not even counting like EU.
Hulk Hogan's
not
number one. A
He's
huge
not
villain.
EU.
Like
Hulk Hogan, yeah. He's got the oil up his daughter.
Okay, so I don't think that Shizor is a better villain. I don't think Joris Sabayoth. I don't think.
You know what? I like Tarkin as a villain.
You know what? I like Tarkin more than Palpatine. I like Tarkin more than Grievous. I'll give it to you for Tarkin. Also, I
like him more than Grievous, to be honest.
Not just Tarkin, but also Malak. I like Darth Malak more.
Oh my!
I don't like Darth
fucking
Malak
video
more.
games.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I like Kylo Ren and Snoke more.
All right, good night.
He's
gone for the rest of the
stream.
Good night, Iran. All right, good night.
Time out for at least 20 minutes, bro.
Yep. Good night, Iran.
There's no way.
How about Jabba the Hutt?
Bro,
Jabba the Hutt's a big time villain. I'd put him.
Are we gonna talk about that leaked trailer?
Bro, hold on. Besom was spitting earlier. Let me find his comment. Hold on. Where is it?
Yeah, your boy's in timeout.
Zooey fucking forgot the OT. Tarkin
Palpatine.
Bro, Besom is spitting. Zooboy has not smiled all night until he can start an argument with someone. I gotta give that one to Besom.
Yes.
Nah, I'm gonna give it to Jabba. Jabba is top tier villain. Oh, you know who's a great villain? Greedo. I love Greedo. He's a great villain.
He's in one scene.
All right.
How do you hate Boba Fett, but you're Greedo is great?
Greedo is great.
Hold on.
Shitto.
Boba Fett is a better villain than Palpatine. I don't even like Boba Fett, but I'll say it. Boba is
you're waffling.
Bro, I can't even consider Boba Fett a villain. He's just doing his job.
Yeah.
All right.
He could fight for he could be on the rebellion side if they were paying him enough money.
Honestly, if they were paying him, he would have. Yeah.
Zoo would put the Stranger.
Man's all about the paper.
Nah, I'll put Palpatine above the Stranger.
Okay. Whoever had the best worm or lizard for him to snort, he would have took them up.
I'll put Palpatine over
Hold on, Zoo.
Would you consider Django a villain?
Is Ponda Baba and Dr. Amazon better villains than
No,
Palpatine?
is better than them. I'll give it to Palpatine.
What? Ponda Baba has the death sentence on 5 systems.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Nah,
bro, the bigger fish was a better villain. Oh my god.
I love how
the Gooper fish was a better villain than Palpatine.
I don't know if you guys saw
Nass
this.
is a better villain.
But
how about Newt Gunray?
Newt goes. Yeah, he's the top.
I gotta think about that. Maybe.
Oh my god!
I might
good night.
Wat Tambor. He's
Wat Tambor.
Villain.
Fucking.
Nah, I'll give it to Palpatine over Wat Tambor. I'll give it to Palpatine over Watson.
This debate is silly. You are
okay. Hold on.
You are silly.
Yeah,
you are a silly man.
I love how, as I said, this was something that was brought up in the after show of the Yap of Us. I love how, as I started to say it, you had T-Mac say, "Don't say it, Zoo."
Don't say it.
Because everybody was like, "Nah, you can't say this on Figureball, bro."
I think we briefly touched on this one time. I feel like I've had this conversation before.
See, because this is what I mean. People always get confused. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that
you're
Shut
phrasing
the fuck
it.
up.
I don't think you understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what you're saying.
You phrase it poorly. You phrase
Yes,
what you
I'll
mean.
give
Yes,
that
you
to
can't
Wilbon.
phrase things poorly and then be like, but you guys don't understand.
Exactly.
You don't
can't
understand
expect
what
us
I'm
not to
saying.
understand, Yeah.
I'm saying that he's just not as, he doesn't have much depth, and he doesn't have the nuance, and he doesn't have the interest. Like, I'm just not interested in him as a character.
So you are interested in him, so that means he's shit.
No. I'm just saying my personal favorite. I'm not saying if you like Palpatine, that's fine. I'm just saying for me.
You don't think with the prequel trilogy they did a good job in when he was a senator and
No,
all that?
Absolutely.
Developing his
I think the prequels,
character.
honestly, the best part of the prequels is Palpatine. I would say the best part of Revenge of the Sith is Palpatine. I think that Palpatine has
his movie.
Yeah. He has so much depth in the prequels, but the problem is all the depth amounts to is just him becoming him revealing his evil plan. We still don't know why is he a piece of shit. There is no reason. He's just a piece of shit for no reason. And I know
honestly, I kind of prefer that because so many Star Wars bad guys are tragic backstory.
Correct.
True.
I agree with Wilbon,
I was a good person, but this bad thing
But
happened to me, and now I'm bad. No, I like that Palpatine's just a fascist, evil piece of garbage.
But I think that even in real life, right? Every evil dictator, right? You could see how they become the way they did. It doesn't excuse their actions, but for Palpatine, we just don't know. He's just evil. Where there's no. And I don't think that's
a fucking issue.
He's the devil. That's it.
Right, but I just
we had to see fucking Count Dooku fucking molest him when he was a child, and his fucking parents get killed so that we could know why he is the way he is.
I'm just saying, Wilbon, I will give you that. You're talking about the devil. I will even say you could make an argument, and you
appreciate you, Gamerzone.
You could see the devil. You could figure out why he became the way he is. He was Lucifer. He was God's favorite angel, and then he fell. Right, the fallen angel Lucifer.
Thank you for being a member for 2 months, Troy, and also shout out Tesco for getting the gifted membership.
Yes, but maybe that's what makes it interesting. Maybe knowing or not knowing is what keeps people in that. Would you watch a series based on Palpatine's?
Sure. Yeah.
I would give it a shot.
I think I would watch it too. I'm not gonna lie.
It's kind of all right. Fig is gonna hate me here as well.
But here we go. But prepare yourselves.
It's also why, as much as I love, how the Darth Bane books give him so much depth and backstory, he's also one of those characters that's just evil for the sake of being evil. Mm-hmm. And I don't really like a character that's just evil for no reason, because in real life, if we look at the worst of the worst, like Hitler and Stalin, and even like Wilbon said, the devil or Zeus, Hades, right? We could see how they became the way that they did. And Palpatine, you can't like Chairman Mao, Pol Pot. We could see how they became that. But for Palpatine, it's he just woke up when he was 4, and he was like, "I'm evil, fuck you, bitch."
I think the problem is George Lucas just wanted
and
wanted to create Palpatine as just
100%,
just literally evil incarnate.
And I will say
he's all the worst things you could be. He's a silver-tongued politician. He's completely corrupted all the best people in the galaxy. He's completely corrupted the most noble institution in the galaxy, the Jedi Order. He's completely blinded their vision. He turned them into warriors, essentially, and just completely bastardized what they're supposed to do.
I will say I will give that to George Lucas because that's kind of the point of Star Wars. It's like the ultimate good versus the ultimate evil.
Right.
That's why he never liked the idea of gray Jedi, because it's not really
I don't
what
either.
And exactly. And that's why, people always talk about how Revan is a gray Jedi, but not really, because he was a Jedi and he was a Sith. It's not like he was this gray thing. He was just light and dark.
You can't exist in the middle. That's not how it works.
And I think that's really cool. And again, there are plenty of Star Wars villains that are Palpatine-like. Palpatine, Snoke, Tenebrae, the Sith Emperor during the Old Republic era. All these like just evil incarnate people, like Darth Bane as well. I just don't. I find them less interesting than someone like
Black Series 6-inch, yeah.
We lost
Vader,
coffee about
Dooku
15 minutes ago.
We often talk about how we're listening to fans.
There's two types of villains in Star Wars.
Welcome.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, we all have our certain type of archetypes of characters.
That's all I'm saying.
If that's what you enjoy, that's totally cool.
Yeah, I like the ones that have more
Right,
depth. They're not just like evil for the sake of evil. That's all I'm saying.
Get it.
Like Grievous is a tragic character. You see, like, he was just living as a Kalish on his home planet, and Dooku and Palpatine come to his home world, fuck him up. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, bro. Coffee that long looking straight, it's like, man.
I agree with what everyone is saying in chat. It's just that that's just boring to me. Like he definitely, Palpatine is a self-centered megalomaniac with zero empathy. He's definitely, that's what Sidious means. Like Anime Boy is saying. It's just that I was
gonna correct you on Darth Bane a little bit.
Honestly, Zoo, as much as you don't like Palpatine for not having depth, I like him because he doesn't. I like him because he's just an evil piece of shit.
Fair. I mean, it definitely makes him easier to hate that way.
I think he's a fun character. Like
he is an essential character.
Yeah, he's an essential character.
Yeah.
I think him being evil for the sake of being evil is hilarious. I enjoy it.
It's like, how people say that like they don't like a character.
Appreciate you, James Wade.
You know how people say they don't like a character that doesn't have any flaws? It's kind of like that way, where it's like, instead of not having any flaws, they just don't have any reason for being bad. They're just bad because George Lucas said he's bad, essentially. Which, again, is okay for that specific type of archetype of a character, but it's not just something that I personally find very interesting. Like, a lot of my favorite movies, like Fight Club, Memento, American Psycho, all these characters, the protagonist is a fucked up person, but you see along the movie how they got that way. Instead of someone like, Palpatine, where they're just evil because
you have to do a transition.
Like a Scooby-Doo villain. A Scooby-Doo villain is the perfect way. Scooby-Doo villains, why do they do that? Why do they fuck everything up, Scooby-Doo villains?
I don't know.
Because it's a cartoon and they're just
honestly,
bad.
it depends on which Scooby-Doo you're talking about, because sometimes it's like the old man who ran the run-down amusement park. Well, it's because he fucking ran a run-down amusement park and fucking went crazy, It depends.
I like Darth Trev's backstory. This is good. This is my headcanon now. Yeah. If I was named Sheev, probably wouldn't be that happy.
I like General Grievous's design. I don't necessarily think he's a very good villain.
You guys ever see that? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but how George Lucas designed, or how they designed Grievous and the concept art for him, and how they decided that he wanted to be like this machine, but with like human parts or like organs and stuff like that. It's actually pretty badass. It's a little clip I've seen. I'll send it over to you.
I feel like a lot of the villains of the prequels are kind of like mirror images of Darth Vader in a way, like in some form or another. Like Grievous is like the full manifestation of like who Anakin would become. It's like more machine than man. You have Dooku, who's like this corrupted person who used to be like this paragon of the Jedi. And you have Maul, who kind of doesn't really fit into any of that. But I feel like there was some intention with that. But
He was actually going to be the villain in the George Lucas's sequel trilogy.
Why'd he kill him in episode 1, bro?
Right?
Doesn't make none of this shit makes any sense.
Yeah,
I feel like George is like the king of revisionist history with some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Maul is all of Vader's
So-
hatred. There you go.
So
Thanks,
what were,
thanks for finishing my homework for me.
See, I love Maul because he has so much depth, and he is
speaking of
actually
peak villains,
you could read books, watch shows, etc.
And you know
So
why he has all that
SHF
depth?
SHF General Grievous is
It's
looking
because
really
he
good,
looks
guys.
cool.
I mean, fair.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, is Grievous a top 5 villain in Star Wars for you guys?
Doug,
Maybe top-
Doug, you might want to go away again for right now, bro.
I mean, it's okay to talk about something besides action figures, man.
For a little
That's all I'm
bit.
saying.
sure if it's interesting. I agree.
Bro, you don't find the difference in the two type of Star Wars villains interesting? I disagree. I know you. and you do find it
I find this conversation
that.
not that interesting,
but it's only the way that I'm framing it. If you forget the framing
Maybe.
part of me saying I don't like Palpatine, the discussion really is about the two type of Star Wars villains, which is like the ones that have depth.
you know what?
and
I
backstory.
will give that to you. That is
That's what I'm saying.
it is more interesting. But yeah. This dumb motherfucker goes up tonight. This dumb motherfucker.
what if they what if he's drops 2 hours early? That'd be awesome.
I mean, I would like that. Go,
Yeah.
Not have to be up at 3:00 in the fucking morning.
Also, if we're talking coolness, like just visual, I gotta give it to Flamingo Sauce. I think this is the top 3 cool villains.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I agree. If we're talking just coolness, I mean,
Based off of
I
the
would do
movie.
Vader, then Grievous, and then Maul. Although, what kind of Maul though?
I think Maul and all his looks.
Just
are
in
cool.
general, even Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I love just if we're just talking cool. I think Maul is cool and really.
I'll be honest.
If
I
you're
think.
if you're just talking cool factor, I'd put Boba Fett
Right.
up there too.
I mean, I gotta give that one to Wilmot.
Yeah, Boba Fett's
Maybe,
I mean,
maybe that would be number 4.
Boba Fett is the number 1 rule of cool, just ever.
I mean, you're spitting.
That's an interesting question. So I agree with Wilbon, although I think I'd put Boba at 4. I don't think you.
That's what I. Yep, that's what I just
That's
said.
where
I think
I
I
would
would
give
put
it
him
to.
at 4.
What do you think, Wilbon?
He's my number 1, bro.
Number
Rule-
1
Over
rule of
Vader?
cool?
That's base.
Yeah,
Damn. Okay.
dude.
I mean,
I've
honestly,
been obsessed with Boba Fett since I was like a 3-year-old. Like I was 2 years old. I had a
That's
Boba
fair.
Fett action figure.
I mean,
my favorite action figure ever. I've got it right over here.
I gotta give this one to Wilbon. But for me, honestly, I think if we do rule of cool, I might have to put Grievous at number 1.
This was my favorite action figure as a little kid. I got it on card, and I have the actual figure in this box over here.
I was just gonna ask this question that Dan just asked. Just talking about visuals. My answer. It's so weird because I feel like
That's hard. That's hard.
I feel like it.
That's
it,
hard.
It hinges entirely on the fact Jango's 2 blasters more than Boba's long blaster. That's literally all it is to me.
I don't.
I just
know,
love
bro,
I mean,
because
I feel like
I love
uniform look.
Jango Fett is just the early 2000s cool version of Boba Fett.
I mean, yeah. Well, we're just literally talking about rule of cool.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, like
But
just looks.
I get what
I just
you're
love
saying.
the.
But this is my list. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
This is my
See, because when I'm trying to compare these two, I'm thinking Empire Boba, because I think Empire Boba clears Return of the Jedi, and then I don't know. That's a hard one for me.
Out of all the characters to wear
I think it's Boba Fett
Mandalorian,
1, Vader 2 for me. Then Maul
Yes,
3.
Vader has to be number 1 or number 2.
Yeah.
out of all the characters who wear Mandalorian armor, whose armor is the coolest?
Okay, honestly, I think I have to put Jango over Boba if we're talking just coolness, and I probably would put Jango at number 1.
I honestly, even though I
Jango
don't
Fett's,
care,
Jango Fett's so cool.
even though I don't care about the character as much, since we're just talking about looks, I think Gar Saxon might be number 1 for me. Just Mandalorian.
He looks so sick.
Looking like.
His
Also, if we're talking about just armored characters in general, I think Captain Rex needs to be up there for looking cool, man.
Man, you guys broke into the Clone Wars. There's a lot.
Yeah, I'm just saying Mandalorians,
bro. If we're getting into clones, that's a whole different game.
See, for me, I don't know if you guys would agree, but for me, Mandalorian armor is infinitely cooler than clone armor, or even
100%. Not even close.
Nah,
yeah, I agree.
Nah, I gotta disagree because I think that the clone commandos are like the best trooper.
You would say that for like Boba Fett, like looking. I mean, honestly, clone commandos are my favorite fucking. Wow. Okay.
One of my favorite designs in like all of Star Wars.
Oh yeah, Jonas says Boba's 1313 look. I love that look.
That's a good one.
About that game.
With the Django helmet. Yeah.
For clones, I gotta give it to the 2003 art. 2003 Tartakovsky.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Tartakovsky.
Yeah, the Tartakovsky.
The art troopers, like their design for Rule of Cool is just awesome. Love them.
Appreciate you, Bobcat. You guys are
my favorite
about
Mandalorian Dirge.
There we go.
Fucking hell. Okay, favorite trooper designs. Top
just
3.
Trooper. Just Trooper.
Just Trooper. So for me, number 1, Clone Commando, easily. Number 2, Imperial Stormtrooper.
Base.
And number 3, Phase 1 Clone Trooper.
The coolest looking trooper, I might have to give it to the Biker Scout.
Biker Scout looks so good.
That's a cool one. Yeah.
That is a cool one. Hold on. Biker Scouts number 1. Sand Trooper, I'm gonna say number 2.
Snow Trooper 2 or Galactic Marines.
Snow Trooper's cool. TIE Pilot with the
that's
big
a good
helmet
one
with the gear on.
The TIE Pilot is
okay. You know what?
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
Okay. I don't think this is my answer. This is just pure nostalgia. But I love the Sith Troopers from Knights of the Old Republic. That is the coolest design. I love that armor design. That's so cool. Someone made an amazing costume. I don't know who, but
this is the best. This is the best topic because
we're not.
This
is an infinitely better topic.
Yeah, this is great.
It's one of the. We'll see. Like it's a huge part of Star Wars, though.
Doug is spitting. Doug is spitting.
I mean, that's good too. I also think one of the coolest designs is probably from one of my not so favorite shows, but is season 3 Mando, the Mando helmeted Praetorian Guards, dude. Those
are sick too.
I'm just glad we can all agree Star Wars trooper designs are like
peak.
I have an interesting question. Let's flip this. What's a really bad design? Worst design?
Worst.
All right, any rebel.
Oh, you don't like the rebel design?
Yeah, no, a lot of rebels.
They're supposed to be like guerrilla fighters and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I do like the idea of it, but as far as like trooper designs, they're in the basement.
Dude, I'm gonna say Hot Rebel Soldiers specifically. I like the Endor.
I like the Endor ones.
You do like
the Endor.
Yeah.
But I like the I like the Rebel Fleet Troopers. Their helmets. I always
those are kind of my least favorite.
Eggheads.
The Resistance Troopers, I think, look
more
boring.
Yeah, that's
somehow than a lot of the Rebels. Because when I'm thinking Rebels, I'm thinking Endor.
Yeah.
You know, the A New Hope, the Tantive
right.
Rebels. I like that design a lot.
Yeah, see, honestly, Chewie Blunt.
You know what? I'll say people just the Rebels in Andor, people in clothes.
Yeah, I gotta give that one to Wilbon.
I like the Bespin Guards. Chewie is saying he doesn't like the Bespin Guards. I like the Bespin.
I like the Bespin Guards.
The blue, I like.
They're very elegant. Yeah.
You know what I don't like?
With the gold accents on them and everything.
They're guarding they're not necessarily like a military operation. They're kind of just security.
It's a security force.
Security,
guys. I'm changing my answer for my favorite trooper design.
Lame hats. I mean, you could say the same thing about Imperial officers.
Yep. Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
They rule.
This is my favorite design. I completely forgot. And on the flip side, the prequel one where you can see their face, that's one of the worst for me. I hate that design.
I hate those too.
The Senate Guards, yes.
But I do like the Senate Guards that we got a figure of that is just this in blue. I like that. I just don't like the ones where you can see their face.
I'm with Wilbon. This is an infinitely better topic right now, talking about trooper designs in Star Wars.
Real quick,
I think
a quick shout out to my sister. She's texting me. She's watching this live. So,
hey,
thanks for watching. Love
hell
you.
yeah.
Hello, Alex. She was commenting. She's like, "Where's Dante? Right, why is he? He's got. Oh yeah, that looks sick."
Yeah,
if you all, put him away.
If anybody who's watching hasn't already, go follow Alex on his channel, DantesToyz.
Go subscribe. First link in the description.
Yep, go subscribe. We'll be on there next week. So the similar time next week. I think you do Thursdays normally, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be at least I'll be on there Thursday. I don't know about everybody else's availability yet, but for sure, yeah, go check him out. Go watch his content. I'll be on there on his streams.
Am I waffling where like besides the Rebels and like the Resistance, I genuinely like can't think of a bad trooper, like an actual bad trooper design? Like, am I crazy for saying that?
I mean,
like, it's really hard to think of one.
I think that's why Star Wars has had such good toy ability, toyeticness,
right?
I guess, because everybody wants to have action figures of the troopers and the characters from it because they look so cool.
You know what's a design I don't like?
Okay, this I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but honestly, like, since I'm like struggling to pick ones that I don't really like, I would probably put the Phase 2 Perch Trooper up there.
Coffee, you might say I'm fried for this, but I had a figure of this as a kid. It's like it's the only clone figure I had as a kid, or one of the only, and I never liked it. I was like, what a stupid design. And I still to this day think it's dumb.
Are you like sending it, or
I'm telling you, the ATRT driver. I never liked that helmet. I
love the ATRT. Yeah, the ATRT drivers are great.
Yeah, that's just I don't like that helmet.
I forgot a snag.
Appreciate you, Aardvark.
We doing snags?
Yeah, we can, bro. I got a crazy snag that I'm gonna show off again on Monday.
Sweet. Okay. Dude, yeah, Diet Figureball snags aren't really canon. We get to talk about
Yeah, they're not canon. There you go.
Yeah.
Here, you can go first.
All right. So
you didn't play the clip.
Oh shit! Real quick.
A fine addition to my collection.
I'm still here. No spoilers.
Who's doing that?
Yeah.
We know who's doing that.
Yeah, we know.
That was Fig. Stop it.
Yeah, it was Fig. Sure.
Grab my tip real quick.
I previously said on this show that I was not going to be picking up this figure, but I'm ashamed to admit that I caved.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Let's go.
And it was sitting in my cart, and then Coffee and I decided we were going to split that the next 2-pack, the Shadows of the Empire 2-pack, so he could get that Leia, and I could make the Lando, the Imperial Guard Lando.
Mm-hmm.
But I had this sitting in my cart.
Oh,
you weren't gonna pick this up?
I was passing on Savage, and you know what? I was like, I'm gonna throw it in my cart, and if I find something else I want on Pulse, I'll pull the trigger and grab it.
Wilbon, how loose? If you shake them around, will the weapons fall out? Damn, so mine's a QC issue. I need to get a new one, I think, because I
think he just has the weapons where the grip is the best, because you can see it moving out of his hand right now.
Yeah, but it's still here. Let me show you.
I had to violently shake it, but yeah.
Look at this, bro.
But I strategically put it there.
Look, I barely moved it. You see that? I legit barely moved it. That was crazy.
I mean,
whoa.
The saber snake.
Are you you guys posing your Savage with both the spear and the lightsaber?
I am.
Wilbon, can you show me where?
I'll check real quick for you, Jonah.
See where the spear gets like meaty right here?
Yeah.
I just put it right there.
Yep. So now that you have it in hand, I mean, you probably knew it was a good figure, but what are your thoughts?
It's a good figure.
I had heard everybody gushing about this figure for a while now, and so I generally expected to like it, and I do. I do notice the lack of thigh swivel, but it's not the end of the world. Still a lot of fun to mess with. Super great to play with, and like the paint apps look great. He's shit, a very fun figure.
Over under top 10 of the year.
Jonah, there's 685 left in stock on.
Oh yeah, you're good.
We're gonna be getting the clearance.
But
over under, he's definitely top 10 of the year. He might be.
Oh, yeah,
he might be top 15 of all time.
He's a great, he's a great release in the Black Series. I do wish Lightsaber had a little bit more paint on it, but it's not.
Yes, they skipped out,
dude.
And similar to
two things keeping him from being a masterpiece: thigh swivel, lightsaber hilt paint. That's it. Everything else, he is like genuinely about as close to perfect as you can get out of a Black Series figure.
I would add the hands not matching, but
yeah, okay. I will give that one to Unk since they cast the hands in the yellow plastic and then painted the yellow on the face. It doesn't match, but
and then they went the extra mile of painting the nails too. It's like you might as well just
gotta give that one to them. Yep.
Yeah, but I get why, because like if you mess with the hands, the paint might run off, etc.
Right.
So I understand why, but it's still
the lightsaber missing paint. It looks weird, right? Like
it looks
so.
cheap. It looks
cheap.
It
does. They went so hard on the figure itself, but on the accessory.
It makes me want to just have him holding the spear and not even holding the lightsaber.
Yeah, that's how I have.
They put paint on the axe, and it looks great. So it's kind of like it's a weird. It's like they really, for some reason, they're like, we can do one or the other, and they flipped the coin and said, okay, axe.
They kill
and I'm glad they did put paint on the axe. It looks really good.
Yeah,
but
it looks so good. He looks so good.
What?
It's a good figure.
Yeah,
cool.
It's a good figure.
So you think 2025 is going to be better than 2024?
Bro, it's got potential.
It has potential.
It has a lot of potential.
Every year since like 2022, it's been better and better.
I'd
and
say
better
2019, honestly.
I think I like this. I think I like this. And I may put the lightsaber like on his belt with the blades out.
I did that for a while too. You can't go wrong. We were just
absolutely not.
Nah.
Watch Figure It Out tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they do a really good job of explaining why that it isn't a good substitute. I'll put it that way.
But I just wanted to reiterate, like, obviously the things we were just saying that could be better about the Savage figure. That being said, it's like Coffee was saying, easily, in my opinion, easily a top 15 in the entire line. It is.
Yeah, easily.
They did a great job. I actually really like the soft goods too. I like the little painted skirt thing he has too, like the center cloth down the middle.
He's definitely top 5 clones in the whole line. The new Phase 1 Rex. He's so good.
Ooh, I still haven't gotten that one. That one's that good. It's good, right? It's really good.
He's really good.
I'm telling you, the Black Series does something right. They kill it. They knock it out.
Yeah. I would say the Ronin from the recent.
Okay, so how is that? I don't know if there's a little bit of hypeness on. Oh yeah, she's amazing. Is the Ronin as good as they say? I don't know. It feels a little plasticky, like it's missing paint. Is that just me, or is that?
Well, I mean, it is grayscale.
It is gray. I know the episode is, but
I mean, it's a Hasbro figure. I feel like almost every Hasbro figure I mess with feels a little plasticky. But
I get what you're saying.
The Ronin is fucking awesome.
I love it.
Everybody picked it up.
I didn't pick it up, but I messed with Zoo Boys.
I know Zoo did. I think Zoo and I are the only ones out of the.
Come on, Loom.
Focus.
Wilbon, why didn't you pick up the Ronin? If you don't mind me asking.
Just didn't really care enough for the media, honestly. Like I liked it.
I love Japanese lore. I love all that, but I don't know. My collecting has changed.
Not for me, man. Yeah.
Yep. I'm too focused on buying other stuff that I actually really want over something that I don't necessarily.
To be honest, it's all this over here. All the money going into this, and then this.
Yeah.
That's why.
That one to Will
That's why. It's not that I really dislike Visions or the Ronin character. I think it's all really cool.
There's other things you want.
I'm prioritizing other stuff right now.
That's why it's nice, because I get to mess with Zoo Boys figures of stuff that I wouldn't buy, but I get to appreciate how good they are, regardless. And yeah, I mean that's a big thing for me, bro. I got another fucking hot toy I gotta pay for in like 4 days, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm not
Monday. Coffee with your hot toys. Are you still like the whole Bespin Empire? No, right? You've got.
Bro, hell no! I just showed you something, bro. Fuck no, that shit's out the window.
It's just actually from the special edition of Empire.
Yeah, I have a special copy of the special edition actually, where there's actually kids, watching and playing certain things, and then also if you look way far in the background, you can actually see the Battle of Geonosis happening. So
somebody's rewatched it on the HoloNet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, I have a prequel figure that I'm buying in 4 days, and I'm very hyped to get that in. I won't have it in time for this upcoming Monday's episode, but I should have it for the episode after. I'm very hyped for that.
I should have my next one by Monday.
Dude, we're gonna have the streak for the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Let's go.
And we only have 3 more episodes of MNF before
ICCC.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy,
bro. And then the streak continues after ICCC.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's gonna be an avalanche after ICCC.
Hey, Cook has Maroc coming. I'm hyped to hear what you think of Maroc when you get him in. He looks really good.
Yeah, he looks sick.
All right, who wants to go next? You know what, Alex, you can go ahead and go next.
We're doing pickups, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All lines.
Anything, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever you want to show.
What you got?
I actually picked this up today. Sorry.
Bro, your camera following you is kind of sick.
That's cool. Crazy. Yeah, I actually don't like it. I was kind of messing with it to not do that, but I have to figure that out. But I actually picked up the Mirage Comics April. This is actually really cool. This actually released in the Holothon, and this is how Peter Laird drew April in the Mirage Comics, because there's different iterations of April. So I was in Target today picking up things, and I walked by, and it was the only one. She was the only one. I was like, oh, I have to pick her up. And I actually just recently did a video came in the Maximum Spider-Man, and nice. Real quick, I just got to put my 2 cents in this. I'm one of those like glass half full kind of people, and I appreciate that, Troy. Thank you. I support things that I like, and I think this Spider-Man is without a doubt the best Spider-Man that Marvel Legends has done.
Oh, that's not even a fucking debate. And that is the best Hasbro Spider-Man, like by far.
But
the
problem is that it's still a Marvel Legends, and I think what they did with the gimmick of adding all the accessories that are not great. Give me the figure for $35.
You're spitting! Holy shit, you're fucking spitting, bro! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god, you're spitting.
That's one of my issues, and I just did a video recently talking about that. How I think it's just filler, and I don't know. It's one of those frustrating things that I try to say, like, I love Marvel Legends. I really do enjoy. I like the action figures, but it's just unnecessary. And for sure, this buck, they're gonna reuse it, right?
Yeah.
There's no,
dude,
like
100,000%. If they were genuinely not planning on reusing that body, I think they would have done sculpted web lines.
100%. Yeah, but it's all about profit. I picked up Sebulba came in, Shakti and Luminara. I did reviews on them. These, I mean, the Black Series. Call me a shill, call me whatever you want. They mess up in some things, they do some things wrong. But when it comes to aliens, they just
the figures peak.
They
bro.
have
it's
that.
So good.
They kill it every time.
So
yep.
I cannot wait to open this. This is one of those things that I was so pleasantly surprised when they announced this, because never in a million years would I have thought that they were gonna make Sabol, but now Watto's next. So I mean, this kind of opens these kinds of things open the doors for potential glups. You know, like they can do it. And with that pack with the what was it, that frog thing from the show from the game? They're gonna
the Jedi
release,
Survivor one with Turgle and Scuba Stev.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bro,
real quick, you were spitting with Maximum Spider-Man. I mess with Zoo Boys. It is a very fun action figure. It is really good. I do think at the current offering, it is like $5-10 overpriced. I think they could have charged $45. I feel like 40 is just a little too low for the amount of stuff that's in there, but that is easily the best Marvel Legends like Spider-Man figure, like without a doubt. It's very nice to mess with, but so many of those accessories are fucking useless. I watched Robo's review. He doesn't even like the alternate masked head sculpt and the regular head sculpt that come with it. Well, I don't want to like speak for him on the alternate masked head sculpt because he said he didn't really like it as far as I know. But like if that came with just a couple of those accessories for $35, I feel like it would have been so much less controversy. Everybody would have been freaking out.
100%. If it would have just been Spider-Man, all the hands, and maybe like the ones with the web coming out,
dude,
for $35 or the same price that the I don't know if you ever saw the Black Widow. It was a Target exclusive. I think it was $27.99. God, my God, the praises would have came from everywhere.
No, that is a really fucking fun action figure. Like. But it, like you said, it is still a Marvel Legend.
But this is the thing. People, and I think Zoo has brought this up on other discussions. When people are willing to pay for something like this, hold on. Where's? Okay. So this is the Renew Your Vows. And when people are willing to pay for $60, $70 for a figure that retail for $25, but then they complain that 50 is too much. Like that, where's the logic in that? How is it that
I agree?
Marvel Legends aftermarket prices are way more in some figures than the retail?
Remember that retro Spidey going for almost $100? Crazy.
That's insane, bro.
No sense. It makes crazy. Absolutely no sense. So you know, I give praise when Marvel Legends does something well, and you've seen me before when I say that the Hasbro team, whether it's the Black Series or Marvel Legends, have had figures that are, you know, can sit toe to toe with some imports. Obviously, imports at the end of the day, they're going to have better articulation, better paint apps. It's going to be the ultimate figure, but I don't have 120 or 100 or 90 to spend on. Yes, if you want the ultimate Spider-Man, I think that Mafex, the 185, the comic one, that's probably the definitive comic Spidey. But yeah, I'm gonna open this up and see how it is. And also, I don't know if you guys know, I'm a huge Turtles fan. I love TMNT. I grew up with it in the 90s. And I'm big on the cartoons. So I was able to pick up the Shredder. I saw this. I was at Target about 2 days ago. Listen, I think Zoo Boy's with me when it comes to I am willing to sacrifice articulation if paint apps and sculpt are like peak. And
here's
NECA
my thing though, is
like
NECA doesn't even like sacrifice articulation. They do double joints, they do like good engineering on a lot of stuff still. It's just I think it's mainly because of how much paint and the type of plastic they use is where the articulation can get a little hindered. But you are right, because they like, even though they do stuff like double joints and stuff, they still will prioritize the sculpt over the articulation.
And NECA, they just kill it. They hit, you know, with the horror, they hit with that Sesame Street line. I'm not picking those up because that's gonna become a whole thing, but it looks like you ever seen a company and it seems like they enjoy what they're doing and they're really good at it, and Hasbro has on some occasions has missed, but like NECA, it seems like, yeah, with everything with the controversy with Donnie's Lab, I don't know if you guys know about that, and some people were upset with NECA because they were sending like threatening emails and that practice I don't agree with. but NECA, I feel like they're a company that like they pay attention to detail. They know what the figure, what the character is supposed to have, and all the accessories that come with it, and they always knock it out of the park. And my last one, stand by my last one. It's gonna be the big one. Hold up.
Big one.
I think the camera thing is cool, man.
That's sick.
I can see why it would be annoying for sure, but I think it's dope.
I'm mesmerized.
So this
shit's wild.
just came in recently, and I saw that it was in stock for retail, and I had to pick it up. I was like, I've been seeing reviews. People are saying it might be arguably figure of the year, and it is the Mezco Doc Ock.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Dude, when it comes to like that retro style, I go nuts over it, dude. Like I love comics. I collect comics. I've been collecting comics since I was younger. And this Doc Ock, I still haven't opened it yet, but from what I see, there's like a lot of praises to this, so I'm super excited to open this. But yeah, that's about it.
That's awesome.
Do you have anything?
Well, I didn't show this off last week.
Okay.
Or not last week, the other day. I could grab it. I got.
Appreciate you, Stone Mando.
I got Imperial Chopper.
Oh yeah, you did forget to show
Yeah,
that
because
off.
I already had him on the shelf. That's why. But that's cool. I'm glad that a Rebels spot in Black Series isn't being wasted with a repaint like this. But
right,
it's cool, and I'm glad that this is actually my third Chopper in TVC, so I'm glad that I have it. But I have Rebels Chopper, I have Ahsoka Chopper, and I can
understand why TVC like collectors are annoyed by like the simple repaints like that, but like I think it's cool that they're releasing more stuff to pad out Rebels, especially with the Ghost.
Exactly.
So,
but I do have one actual snag, which is fantastic.
No way. Oh,
bro, that goes hard.
That's rest in peace.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Got
one of the greatest movies ever.
Yeah. That's a classic. When you said fantastic, Zoo, I thought you were gonna pick up that Fantastic for the Mezco, the 4-pack.
Oh no, I've been tempted, but I've resisted. I've been tempted. But
isn't that shit like $400?
That's
bro, it's nuts.
That's why I've been tempted, but not actually doing it.
Crazy.
I think it's only available on Mezco's website. That's it. I think it's sold out everywhere else.
Fantastic Four is like that's my favorite Marvel team.
I love
why I'd be
that family.
For it, but yeah. Because I showed this off, we'll see what happens, but I might not have a single snag on Monday. Which would be a crazy.
That would be great, dude. Every time we do the
party,
parties, you have like an ass load, like some of the most you've ever gotten.
Yeah.
And then to hear you not have like any is kind of wild.
We'll see. That custom that I ordered,
potentially not have any.
Yeah, that custom that I ordered around Thanksgiving, that is shipping from Australia. So we'll see. We'll see if that arrives before Monday. I don't think
it already shipped.
It shipped, but I got the notification today that it just hit the U.S.
Ooh, okay, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, that's all I got.
But before, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do one more thing, you Fig. I did get this hat along with some other goodies that I'm gonna show off on Monday. But yeah, this is a sample from our new merch. If you go to Spread Shop, let's pull the link up.
Got a banner.
Yeah, banner. Figureball.myspreadshop.com. The
link is in the description.
Yeah. And attached to this should be links to the merch store as well. I know I connected it to our YouTube channel. So if you go to our YouTube channel page, there should be a link to the merch store there. But check it out. I do love the hats. The hats are the same hats as the last store. So if you like that trucker hat, the only difference is the logo is screen printed on instead of it being embroidered. But other than that, they're the same hats. So,
yeah.
least the truck.
Hey,
would have the same.
shout out Troy. Just got the coffee shirt and zoo sticker in. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I also saw Troy say we need a room tour. That will happen at some point. I don't know.
At some point.
I don't know
At
the
some point.
order of how we're going. We're doing one per quarter for us four.
And I feel like it might be safe to say
We'll
it
see.
probably won't be before Tennessee Turtle Con either.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
for sure.
Yeah, I think
Definitely
that.
not. Yeah.
And once all the stuff I'm trying to sell is out of here as well, and hopefully sold at the con, I'll be ready to get
Hey.
everything exactly how I wanted it.
Mhm.
Shout out Rain. Shout out Wilbon for sending Rain a M&F care package.
Yeah, man. Had
Yeah,
to
that
get
was
some
awesome.
out to our guy. He was cool enough to make us our theme music and the music for our Garandan giveaways. So
Hell yeah.
shout out, Rain.
Shout out Rain. Yep.
I just wanted to show off the Ronin again. I just you just come across
Bro.
It's
dude.
Yeah,
such
The
a
wired
cool
cape is so cool.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
good. I want to shout out to Nate at Baseman's review. It made me laugh because I thought the same thing. It's like, bro, look at my T-shirt tag, bro.
That's crazy.
That part's funny.
I didn't
But,
even know that was there.
Yeah, I didn't until I was messing with it more. I was like, dude, it's literally like a shirt tag. But I hope they do more wired capes. Seen this?
Oh,
If they do more on the
yes.
line, that would be
Yeah, man.
awesome.
Please.
And I opened him during last stream, but this guy,
Oh no. Bro, what happened?
this grenade. What happened to Zoo?
Says they need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to the stream.
Oh no.
Zoo, plug in your device. Is he just using like an
Yeah.
onboard laptop camera?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no.
Let me
That's
ping him and ask what happened.
That's crazy. I hope. Yeah. Let's see if he comes back. At first, I
Jake,
thought
how much does a figure like that go for with all that paint and everything?
This
Because I know.
guy. So
Yeah.
I got him on sale for 105.
Oh, there he is. Okay, he's back.
I missed
Do you,
my
do you
bad.
place
okay.
like the clearance chicken with them because they're so expensive? Are you like the one that like if you need to get one, you'll dish out the money, but if it's something that you're wait for a sale, you'll kind of like wait, and then if it goes on sale, you get it, kind of thing for those?
It depends on what it is because there's so many different factions, but I'm all in on the Primarchs, which are basically the big ones, essentially. So I will get them. I just kind of spread it out, and I've been looking at him a lot, like in the last couple months, and then it just so happened when I was like getting ready to buy him that Amazon had him like 15% or 20% off his regular.
How often do they release figures like characters?
Basically like a lot. Like I feel like
They do, right? Because I've been kind of eyeing them, and I'm like, Joy Toy, I feel like every week or they're announcing a new. Yeah, so I'm like, dude, that's an expensive line to even start.
I started I just started with one. I think it was this guy right here. It was like my very first one. And I liked it
They're
so much.
Cool.
Like
for being
actually,
so bulky, they pose pretty well.
How long ago was that? That was your first one?
This has probably been like 2 years or so, maybe a little longer. So I got my first one. I thought it was really cool, but because I've always been a 6-inch scale collector, they're not. So I was like, I want to, but at that time I was really getting into G.I. Joe and all that stuff. So I was like, I'll just admire this one and be happy with it. And then I got a 4-pack of the Black Templars. So they had them available. So
I don't want to imagine how expensive a 4-pack is.
They did like a thing where it's kind of when they do that, you save like $10 essentially.
So it's like what Black Series has been doing, where
yeah, sometimes, not all the time, but at that time for that 4-pack, it was. And I had next thing I had 5, and then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna collect Black Templars, that faction, that's it. And I got the bike.
Oh, so you were only going to collect Bespin Escape too, and then it went. I got you. Okay.
And then what really did me in, is I got my first Primarch, Lionel Johnson, the Dark Angels Primarch. I always thought he looked the coolest because I started looking at lore, like little bits and pieces here. I'd watch lore videos, and I watched this like 2-hour video on him, and I was like, dude, if they make a figure of him, I might get this. And then like they literally. Maybe a day after I watched it, they announced it. I bought him, and I was cooked. I was like, dude, this is one of the coolest things I've ever bought.
I'm cooked.
And here we are. But I just, like I said, I don't know if you can see it. He has like a grenade in his hand, and the detail on the grenade is like next level.
Is that sculpted into his hand, or is that an accessory?
No, it's an accessory.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And like they can like stuff like this, just a little clip for his bolter.
I wish I was more into Warhammer. One of my really good buddies is like super into the lore, and I introduced him to Joy Toy. That's another slippery slope if you start collecting that, because they look so good.
It is. It's basically I've decided to do more with them just because I overall enjoy the figures. They're like, I call them like kind of modern marvels for how much paint you get and articulation.
Yeah.
Being such bulky characters. I've decided to do more Joy Toy than I am G.I. Joe, which is insane because G.I. Joe is like, in my whole life has been like right here with Star Wars.
Right.
Oh, really? G.I. Joe's right there neck and neck?
Yeah, I mean, like as a kid, some of my first toys were Star Wars from the 80s movies, like the Kenner ones. But then when G.I. Joe dropped, I got my first G.I. Joe, my Star Wars stuff went into the closet. Like,
really?
Wow.
Because they're just better
for playability. Yeah, I feel like G.I. Joe, it's just
they
it's
had
easier to
knees that can move, you know, and the original Kenner was 5 POA. So
right.
But
what up, Luke?
I'm gonna at some point here, I've been kind of being lazy about it. I am gonna do a video about why I collect Warhammer 40K and recommend some sites and go over some figures I recommend if you're just getting started. I will upload that here on this channel. I don't want to say when. It's been a very slow process, but at some point that will be on the MNF YouTube. So if you're interested in that, check it out when it hits.
Gotta get that one done.
How do you feel about like the miniatures? Because I know Warhammer 40K, the miniatures are a big part of the hobby as well.
I mean, that's why we have it. It's lore. It started as a D&D type game.
Right.
They created it to be that. They look really cool, but they're miniatures, right? They're like this big.
They're very tiny, and you got to paint them.
And they don't move. They're not action figures. The board game is insanely complex from what I've seen. I mean, you can learn anything, but it's been going so long that people who play it, more power to you. I do think it looks cool, like that giant maps, you know, all that stuff. They have like big boards and have giant armies, and you can spend. People always joke like, if you're gonna play that game, you think action figure collecting is expensive because like
shit,
because it goes based off of your physical sets. So like one guy's worth X amount of units in game, so you need to physically represent what you're playing with. So like you got to pay out cheap. If you ever go to a Warhammer store and you see how much some of those sets are, like holy crap! Like
there's one in my area, and I've always been curious, but I just haven't ever checked it out.
I have one. It's good for if you paint stuff and you want Citadel paint. It's a great spot because they have like all the colors, they have all the pots.
Citadel paint is so good.
It is, dude. That alone is why I go there. As much as a geek of Warhammer I am now, the game just doesn't do it for me. They have like over 300 or 400 books, 500 books maybe about lore. If you go on YouTube, you can get lost in the lore. There's like so many people that do like 2, 3 hour, 4 hour videos on one character or one topic.
I've seen that. That's what my buddy tells me.
You can just get lost in it, and I don't know. There's so much like it's cool, but it can almost be overwhelming. So I kind of just. I play the rule.
Fucking Pokemon cards. I'm trying to get into it, and it's like, nah, this is way overwhelming. There's no way.
Too deep, right?
Hey,
Pokemon cards are crazy.
Yeah. Do you collect Mythic Legions? I was seeing William's comment.
I do. I used to. I put a lot of them in my storage right now because I just have room. I have a little bit. You can't really see them. They're like right there. But
did you see that new figure? The Obscura, the Ganesha, the elephant. Yes, Ganesha. Dude. That looks so good. I was like, wow. Did you see that fig? Did you see how detailed it is, the paint and everything?
I've started when they first started out with like their 1.00 bucks, and I've got a few of each as they keep on getting better. They just keep on knocking down milestones, man. For the money, especially if you buy it direct for Horseman. I see why people like Mike Case, for example, why he just goes heavy in them. And then, you know, we have the dragon coming out. Those figure obscuras, like if that's all you collected, I wouldn't blame you. They're so cool.
Figure obscuras, that's like Like I don't really go into Mythic Legions other than the dragon, but I
have
a few of those, and I'm getting some more. Yeah.
Zoo, did you pick up the Egyptian gods?
Not the original set, but the alternate colors. I always wait for the retail exclusive colors. That's what they're called. It's like the retailer exclusive line. Because those, just it happens to be that those colors I happen to like more almost every time. But also, even if I don't like it more, I like to wait and see in case I do. Because, for example, the Egyptian gods, Anubis and Bastet, I much prefer the retailer exclusive colors. So I'm glad I waited. And now I've pre-ordered those. But I know Nate also prefers, but
did you ever pick up the Ghost of Christmas Past?
That it's something I've been thinking about. If I did the Ghost of Christmas Past, it would also be present. It'd be the whole thing. So that's why I'm hesitant, because I wouldn't just get that. I would get the whole set. So we'll see. But I do have the Anubis and Bastet on order, and I own the Headless Horseman, which is a great figure. And I have Frankenstein's Monster on pre-order. And when they do the Ganesha retailer exclusive color, I will pick up that. Ganesha. Yeah, I'll pick that.
Dude, well, I got a question for your
Smoky Blizzard. It depends on where you buy it from. So somewhere like Ami Ami won't charge you until it ships, but there's a lot of other retailers, because it works differently in Japan. A lot of them will charge you up front, but somewhere like Ami Ami won't. And also, like we were saying earlier, Ami Ami goes up for pre-order 10 p.m. tomorrow, so about 23 hours from now. So if you just want to hold out for them and pre-order it from them, you won't be charged.
So real quick, Zoo, Fig, maybe Mr. Coffee. I don't think Coffee's collection is that extensive, but for you guys that your collections are so extensive, how do you guys pick and choose what you display? How do you rotate your displays? How do you, if you're going to take a line or a group of figures out of your display to fit new ones, do you store? Do you sell? Typically, how do you guys maneuver from having, space or your display?
For me, it's just all what is relevant at the time. So I don't display any sequel figures, for example, unless they could fit on my Jedi or Sith shelf or something like that. And that's not because I don't like the sequels. It's just because I don't like that there's no good Finn or Poe. And I just don't want to have a sequel shelf if I can't have a good Finn or Poe.
And how about other lines? Like,
then
McFarlane, Marvel Legends, other things.
For that other stuff, it's mainly... Right now, I do have more in storage than I would like, but a lot of that is because I haven't hex-standed it out. Once I hex-stand it out, because you can see behind me, these specifically, because they're in the shot, I keep them. That's pretty much all of my Marvel that I would display, and all of my Star Wars as well, other than sequel stuff, like I said. But off camera, I have a lot of DC that is not on the shelf, because they're not stacked as in multiple rows, because I wouldn't be able to see them. So my Marvel shelves are packed where you can't see some. But after ICC-Con, I'm finally going to hex stand everything out, and then I'll be able to fit a lot more than I currently do, even though, of course, the hex stands do take up space. But it's just the way that I'll have them, it'll be much better. However, for other stuff that I just wouldn't fit, it's mainly statues, because I have 5 Billies, and that fits the majority of my collection anyway. So the way I see it is, unless you're keeping it for a specific reason, like something you are going to rotate out or something that you'll plan to have, if you own something and it's always going to be in storage, unless there's a sentimental reason for you owning it, I don't see why you would.
You would let go of it.
Yeah, if it's permanent storage, what's the point of owning something permanent storage? You know what I mean? Unless, like I said, there is a specific reason.
Or you have a plan for it down the road type
thing.
How about you, Fig? How do you maintain your collection? How do you rotate your collection?
Like, I don't know if I would say rotate. I mostly I just get rid of older figures I've had for a long time.
Yes, that's another one as well.
I feel like, for the I'll use the old stormtroopers that eventually my new stormtroopers like SHF, Mayfex, the newer, the 2020 Stormtrooper, like all my old 2013 ones, like any. I still have a few just because Stormtroopers you can put anywhere depending on the scene and display I have. But majority of them gone in storage or sold. The only reason, I am in a little different ball game here because I do figure photography, obviously. So there's times where in my head I'm like, okay, I'm gonna want like 20 Stormtroopers I might use for a specific scene, right? Well, those will just not. I'm not gonna display every single Stormtrooper I have. I'll have a bin off to the side or in my storage where if I decide to do that, I can go get them. I don't have to worry about rebuying them. So there's that aspect of I do keep probably more stuff, I would say, than someone who doesn't do that, just because there's always that in my head. I go, oh, I might want to use for a
dude, that's the definition of hoarder. That's me. I don't like selling things. I'm like, I'm gonna use this some way or somehow.
To a degree,
but essentially, it's like you don't though. Like you
got to do.
I mean, that's been me. I've been selling so much shit recently.
Yeah, and then
a lot.
I don't have like the regret. I'm never like, oh, I shouldn't have sold that, because I never put myself in a position where when I buy my figures, I'm not going to be able to make rent or something like that, right? Like I have to fucking sell my.
That's at a dark place.
That's a you're
and not only are you in debt, but then you can't afford to like make your rent and stuff like that.
That's
like,
insane.
That's crazy.
That's at a dark place.
So I store things, and I don't know about you guys. I'm close enough to where I don't have space to put, like I can put maybe one fig in here and there, but overall, like if I buy a whole new wave, I got to take things out to display them.
Eventually, that's the final boss of collecting is storage and space.
So, Wilbon, you weren't here for what I asked Fig and Zooboy, because you also have a really big collection. And how is it that you decide what you're going to display? What do you store? How long do you store for? I know that recently you've been selling a lot of things. So how is it that you do it?
So right now I've kind of been in the process, well, before I moved and since the move, I've kind of been in the process of elimination, where I'm like, okay, what are the things I want to prioritize putting on my shelf? Number one is Hot Toys right now. That's I picked out a space specifically for where Hot Toys are and where they're going to be. Number two is like, what movies do I want to prioritize displaying or media? What property do I want to prioritize my collection around? And for me, that's the original trilogy, specifically Star Wars 77. That's my bread and butter. That's what I'm into. That's what I want to display. So I've got that display. Okay, then after that, Return of the Jedi, Empire. Then everything else kind of goes after that. So it's like and then I have my wrestling, obviously. Like I got my ring set up for that. That's what I'm super passionate about right now. But like, it's just whatever. I think that Zoo mentioned it's like whatever I'm passionate about at the moment is going to be what I display.
Yeah.
And like, honestly, I have a bunch of stuff that I need to sell that's at my mom and dad's house in storage, like Lego and things like that I don't really have a spot for anymore, or I need to figure out what I'm going to do with it.
No, Zooboy said it best. He said action figures literally they fill a void, or they fill something. They fill a void. They fill something. It did what it was supposed to at the time. You enjoyed it, and then time to move on.
Yeah.
And you know that.
And I gotta say, that's not even. That's actually not my quote. That's my sister always says that, because I actually struggled with that for a long time. Where I said, when I was getting rid of statues, I said, "Man, but I used to love these," and my sister was like, "Yep, and you did, and now it's time to move on." Yeah. Because if you don't currently have a use for them, it's okay to let them go, because they did have a purpose at the time. It's not like I regret owning them, but
it's hard to let it go. It is. It's one of those things that, like, you know, you pick something up, it brings joy. You're like, dude, I love this. This is so cool. And then something else comes in the way, and you're like, well, I can love both, right? And then you're like, but do you need to love both? And it's like, I'll put things in storage.
Is it bad that this is how I'm starting to feel about 6-inch figures in general?
Yeah, and
hey, like that's how I'm starting to feel.
Literally,
bro.
That's how you're feeling, man.
I'm like, I'm really getting to the point where I'm like, man, I might have to really just put one over the other.
Bro, and that's gonna happen. Your collection is gonna change. It's gonna evolve. Like you and your collection with Hot Toys. you're now getting into a premium. I mean, you've always been premium with imports, right? But now you're getting to like the next level. You're gonna start seeing something like this, as good as it is. You're gonna be like, no, that's Hot Toy money right there. You know, that's
Bro,
and then,
I already do that.
yeah. So,
I'm cooked,
Coffee's
boys.
Like here's the fence, and to go over it, he's like he's literally like a hair away from.
and that's the thing. It's like it's totally okay to do that, right? You could still be part of this community, still talk about the Black Series and all that. And if your collection changes, and it's like it's okay.
Hey, Alex, not everybody thinks that way. Not everybody.
That's
thinks
nuts.
that way.
That's absolutely crazy,
bro. Wilbon is spitting. Not everybody thinks that way.
The
fence
like,
is buckling, bro. The fence is being held up by hopes and dreams after a Category 5 hurricane
that's another reason why I'm glad this show is just action figures in general. It's not even Star Wars anymore. Like, yes, we still predominantly talk Star Wars. What's that camera doing?
Hello.
It chased a ghost. My place is haunted.
Yeah. No. That's why another reason I'm glad this show is just whatever we're into action figure wise, we're going to talk about, you know.
Yeah,
we're not on one line or specifically or another. We do have our bread and butter, which was Black Series for everybody on this channel. That's kind of what brought us together.
Bro, even Zach is like dipping really hard into the imports, and I don't want to spoil, but he's starting to dip into the Hot Toys too. Like,
yeah.
Do you guys feel like you owe something to the Black Series community, and that's why you can't? You still it's like the crazy ex-girlfriend that
don't
stays
owe
there
anything to the Black Series community, but
something,
I will always, even if I stop collecting it, I will always have a love and appreciation for the Black Series for getting me into collecting and getting me. I mean,
the community
meeting these guys right here who I consider some of my best friends, and it goes for everybody else who I talk to, and all the connections that I've made and all the people that I've met. I guess I will feel like I always owe something to the Black Series, but it
also depends on what you're specifically interested in. Because for me, I never see myself getting out of Black Series, because what's more important to me over anything else, collecting wise, is building the universe out.
A display.
And that is just not something that I can get. If I collect only imports or only Hot Toys, something like that, I'll never get, something like random ass SM33 or something like that.
I mean, bro, if you only collect imports, you wouldn't even have the entire Empire Strikes Back bounty hunters.
So
I
that's
look
something.
at imports as like a supplement to a Black Series collection. Like, you can't only collect one or the other,
unless you only want main characters. Then I can understand if that's like your thing.
But even still, they don't do enough.
True.
There's a lot.
There's a lot to be desired from imports as far as main characters go.
I know for me, I could see.
Bro, it's the end game to keep me on the Sixers.
The 12ers.
That's crazy.
The 12ers are next, right?
Go ahead of it. What were you saying?
I know for me, I don't ever see me not buying a Black Series. It's going to become super limited. I already know me with other things I collect, getting into Hot Toys, the Warhammer stuff, G.I. Joe. I feel like it will definitely cut back. I feel like I will switch more of my focus towards Hot Toys and imports. But I don't see me this like completely never. Like maybe I'll pick up one or two a year. I could get to that low, depending on, I'd rather have, like you were saying, I'd rather have this for Hot Toys. I'd rather have this for Joy Toy or stuff like that. I just see it switching. Where for such a long time, that's the whole reason I got into this was because of the Orange Box R2D2 Black Series. So there's like this connection of, man, that's like always my bread and butter. Mm-hmm. But I think especially the last few years.
You can't even front. I've seen your cars. I've seen your house, man. Don't even front. Don't even front, Unk.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
No, I'm talking about Unk Doug.
Unk Doug.
Unk Doug can't buy a $100 import, but he's got like the biggest Star Wars collection on planet Earth. Get that out of
Bro,
here.
and it's what this hobby does. And luckily, my wife, she's super cool about this. And you know, I'll pick something up, and she'll be like, "Are you gonna post about it? Are you gonna do a video?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And you know, I'll tell her like,
supportive, significant others are fucking base,
bro. That
Give me
shit
top.
is.
Give me top.
Yeah.
Supportive, significant.
Give me
others.
top.
Give me top.
And it's a hobby that, you know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, this hobby, you know, grown men collecting action figures. Dude, I'm in Target with like kids walking by, and I'm looking at the fucking Marvel Legends and the toys, and I'm like, fuck, I wonder what like. And it's like, nah, dude, we live in 2025. Nerd culture is cool. It's a thing,
bro.
It's
bro.
it's so
Collecting
wild.
Pokemon cards, everything like.
Yeah.
It's like, and back then, bro, I mean, mind you, when I was in high school, I was a athlete, you know, I did a lot, but your nerd stuff, you had to keep it like on the down low. You had one or two friends that you would talk, you know, and then everything else, you were like, oh no, like, you know, and then now it's like, it's fucking cool to be nerd. And it's like, where was this when I was in fucking high school, you know?
Right. Yeah, you had to keep all that nerd stuff like. You have like that one or two friends, like you said, that you talk to about it, but like that wasn't your main social circle.
Yeah,
right.
Oh yeah, for my final recent pickups.
Peak.
Cody.
Oh, he picked up 2.
Well, I got him. I shipped in a bubbler, so I was a little worried, but this one isn't too bad. There's like a tad bit right there,
just a little.
From what I've seen,
yeah,
I got lucky. This one's a little more, so he's gonna be my opener.
Right.
There you go.
But yeah, so that was it for my pickups. This packaging is the first one I've seen or got.
So good.
Yeah.
Peak.
So good.
And I can't wait to get the others, so it's gonna be cool. And I'm hoping on May 4th we're gonna see some more of these.
Some heat. Dude, I'm
fucking Troy.
Nah, bro. Pussy and football is all I care about, bro.
I swear.
I mean, 1 out of 2, right?
Ayo.
Yeah, football,
bro.
Yeah, football.
Oh my god,
bro. I'm gonna open this right now,
bro.
Ooh, live,
bro. Speaking of May 4th, like I know everybody's like ready for the Black Series reveals. Like, bro, I'm sitting here, I'm like Hot Toys, like I'm fiending.
Your boys already turned to the dark side.
I want to see what they
present. Big coffee.
Bullshit.
But speaking of
bro, it's so
dude.
Sick.
That's awesome.
It's so sick.
We got Scorch.
Crazy.
We got Scorch.
You better show the detail and everything. The helmet.
Oh yeah.
Everything.
So, last week during Celebration, they had the prototypes for the rest of Delta Squad, and Scorch was a limited exclusive. I think it's only 3,000 or only 3,500 worldwide, and I could not get Delta Squad without having Scorch, so I picked him up. Goated figure. I know he's not perfectly accurate to Republic Commando. He is more based off the Bad Batch design. I like to think of it as a realistic interpretation of the Bad Batch design, as opposed to just being the realistic version that already like existed. But he's awesome.
It's not bulky enough, Coffee. It's not bulky enough.
Bro, I'm sorry. That's complete bullshit. After getting him in hand, he's yoked, bro. He's a wide body. And my favorite part is that the helmet has the light up visor.
It
looks so good.
That's the coolest part for sure.
Yeah. It looks so good. So good. I'm trying not to keep it on all the time because it is button cell batteries and they do die very quickly, I've heard. But just magnetizes right onto the dome. Super sick.
Heck yeah.
Got to do the rundown of all the details, so I got to pull this off real quick. He does have the DC-17 blaster and Hot Toys cooked. You can take the magazine off and take the barrel off of it. He doesn't have the attachment, but Delta Squad, Sev has the sniper barrel, and I'm hoping that Boss is going to come with all 3. And if he does, I'm going to put the grenade launcher attachment on Scorch's blaster. But I really like that they kind of future-proofed the design, and you can remove all this stuff off of it. And then he comes with the pistol from Republic Commando. He comes with the DC-15S, the blaster pistol, which is fucking awesome that they included that. And then my favorite part is if you take his backpack off, these are just held in by magnets, so they just click on. So you can do the Bad Batch backpack where he doesn't have the attachments, or you can stick these on, and you have the Republic Commando one. And then also, it's a functioning backpack. You can open it, and you can actually put stuff inside of it.
You should put some Cheerios in there.
Yeah, give him a little snack. And
put
then
the extra little battery buttons in there.
I love
those die.
Django and Boba have very weak magnets in their backpack, and you have to like clip into these little. They have these little clips on their back that you have to like hook into and then attach the magnet to. This guy just clips on, super heavy magnet. It honestly, like I was messing with it. Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god! You sick fuck!
But I was messing with it, and like honestly, like the magnets are so strong that it like damn near pulls the backpack out of my hand when you get close enough. But this thing it's so good. I hope they do the rest of Delta relatively soon. They did the whole Bad Batch, which I mean that's 5 of them within like 2 years. So I'm really hoping that, considering these are mainly repaints and not new tooling, that they can get them out soon. But I just love this thing. It looks so good. I mean, like,
that's awesome.
It's this pose specifically right here. I was showing it to Dante in the pre-show. This pose right here with the visor lit up, him holding the blaster, having the big ass backpack. It's so good. I think one day I'm going to find a 3D print and give him his little leg canisters.
There you go.
For the extra like explosives that he has. But yeah, this thing is sick. I love it.
Nice.
Super bulky. It's nice. One thing I do give them over the Black Series ones is they did do the collar correctly, and this is like a very rubbery material or plastic, so super cool. I actually did kind of want to show the bulkiness of the body by like popping this off, because I have this like spare clone head, and like even though he is a little giraffe neck, you can see how like widely proportioned his like torso and the rest of the body is compared to the head. So he's a big motherfucker.
Yeah, big motherfucker.
He's a big motherfucker.
He's definitely bigger than the regular clones, but he's
way bigger.
He still could be a little bigger to be more accurate, but he's still big enough, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't want it. I don't know if I'd want him to be that much bigger. He might be too big at that point.
Also,
just in general,
you're gonna get way more articulation out of this design than you would the more game accurate design, which I mean I think that's a plus because the range on this guy is like really good.
I think Mr. Coffee's still the Velcro. I think Mr. Coffee's still the import papa, as long as he's still giving us directions on how to buy General Grievous at 3 in the morning.
Oh my god, I've gotten so many fucking pings.
I'm so sorry.
Trying to buy General Grievous.
Look, they need to fucking tune in and just watch that part where you had that shit up for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Bro, it was like 10.
Yeah. We were yapping about Palpatine.
This figure has the sauce. It's goated. I mean, just look at that. That's so sick.
It looks so awesome.
And then I really like that they They painted the visor very nicely, so like even if the LEDs aren't on,
Yeah,
you can still see it. It's not really popping up on camera. I was thinking about bringing him to TTC so that everybody can check it out.
dude, please do if you don't mind.
Yeah, this figure is fucking dope.
We're all in on everybody. If we mess with that, we're all gonna be like, "Yep, I need the whole squad."
bro, the more Hot Toys I play with, the more I'm like, should I just sell everything?
Bro,
no, stop! Don't.
We literally had
Bro.
this conversation the other day in the Discord.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
I was like,
You're thinking about it? Like, okay, I got a question for you. If you could sell all your 6-inch figures, okay, Black Series, because I'm sure you're not going to sell
it's
your
more about
imports.
space than money, to be honest. Like it's just about having room to buy to fill.
Fucking hell, Cook.
So for every
Later, Gamer Zone.
for every Hot Toy, how much room does it take away? Because Hot Toys, what
They
it is,
take
it's
up so
tight,
much
right?
space.
They
They're
do?
space heaters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, realistically, I have probably like,
Let's make
my
Unc big. You can
brain-
see on his shelf.
yeah, I was gonna say like if I turn that into all Hot Toys, like just like this shelf, right? I probably have, just estimating on those shelves, Black Series and 6-inch figures, at least 300 figures, maybe more, right there, right? If I do that, I'm only gonna have, like, in that case, I can display like about 20, 22 figures, Hot Toys, right there. So like I'm getting rid of like 300 figures to get maybe 60, but they're Hot Toys.
And
That-
that
that-
kind
that's
of
the
and that
thing.
kind of goes back to the mantra I've kind of set for myself, where I'm prioritizing
Quality over quantity.
quality over quantity recently. And at the same, and I look at my displays and I'm like, yeah, they look really cool. I love my Cantina. I love my Doc Ondar shop. But beyond those, I'm not sure how much more I want to get into with those dioramas.
Yeah.
And I'm gearing more towards just having a really nice display of Hot Toys. Like I kind of am just feeling that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just looked around my room, and that's why, Alex, I could never. Because if I got rid of everything in my collection and went Hot Toys only, I could fit about 110 Hot Toys in my room, which is
That's still really good. That's still really good.
That is a good amount. But you have to remember, it's not just Star Wars, right? Because I'd be buying Marvel Hot Toys, I'd be buying DC, I'd be buying all sorts of stuff like
And
that.
you're not gonna want to do team. You can't do teams like you can in Hot Toys, like you can with like Marvel Legends or
Right.
McFarlane.
But
So, yeah, it totally makes sense for you, man.
I last did a count when I moved, and I moved a year and a half ago. Before I moved, so that means no pickups that I ever showed on this channel. I had just passed 1,000 figures that I own in my collection. So however much I've gotten since I moved as well.
Yeah.
So 110 is not bad. That's a lot. But just I can't imagine getting rid of over 1,000 figures to replace it with 110. It's just, for me, I like the quantity over quality because I enjoy having random glup characters that I would just never ever have in a Hot Toy. And I don't mean glup as in specifically an alien. I mean, something like I don't know. Beast Boy is kind of a glup, right? He's just a random member of the Teen Titans,
Yeah,
But I mean, I guess that's a little unfair to Beast Boy. He's probably more than a glove, but you know what I mean.
Poor Beast Boy. Poor Beast Boy.
But he's not Aquaman. He's not the Flash.
Right.
He's not
It's just a
Superman.
random.
How about Clock King?
Sure. Clock King is a glove.
That's a
Absolutely.
glove.
Condiment Man.
Yes, Clock King is
Condiment
absolutely a
Man.
glove.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It all depends on what it does to you. Like me, dude, the reason I collect like toys, right, action figures, is because it brings me back, right, to
Zach,
a
take
simpler
the
time.
day off, especially if you're buying 2 of those. I'll put it that way. It was a bitch to put together. Do it on the weekend. Also have somebody to help you move it down to the basement because that bitch is heavy. I'll put it that way.
Is that IKEA?
No, it's on Amazon. Unc knows what I'm talking about. It was a bitch to put together and it's heavy.
Yeah, I carried the box upstairs that comes in by myself and put it together by myself, and it's like it could be a lot worse, but it definitely is not fun. And then getting the glass doors.
These are a pain in the ass
by
too.
Yourself is a pain in the ass, bro.
Yeah, they're
it's
just
a pain. Once
pain
you get it
ass.
though, it's great. But it's
a
pain. And make sure you have the day off. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and like Wilbon said, if you can get help, your significant other, friend, whatever, have them help you, I highly recommend that. And then I would think if you can do multiple at once to get them all done, because like I'm gonna be getting more for sure probably after the con, but I'm like also in the back of my mind dreading that. I was like, man, I wish I would have just got a couple, like 3 at once, and been done with it. But
I think in the months after the con, I'll be getting another one of like these rectangular ones, and I'm gonna move this one over behind me where this other shelf is.
Nice, dude.
Yeah,
they're so nice, man. I was really just looking, like I haven't dusted the one, really dusted on the inside, and obviously because there's little gaps, you get a little bit, but compared, like, dude, for your Hot Toys especially, compared to everything else in my room, since I put that up, I've dusted at least a dozen times, and I haven't even touched that. And there's like a very minute. I'm gonna have to because I see like a very minute amount. That's
a great factor why I wanted like glass display cases to kind of keep all the dust and like cat hair and all that in my house out of my displays. So
Bobcat, I recommend just getting cash before you go on your trip. Like go to your local bank that you just bring cash. I wouldn't depend on most vendors to have a card reader. Some of them did last year.
Another resource people like is PayPal and Venmo and Cash App, things like that. But I would recommend just bringing cash.
Just bring cash.
Yeah.
Cash
and also cash is a great way to keep you from overspending too. That keeps you in check. That keeps
set yourself a budget.
Exactly. That keeps you within your budget because it's very easy to go over budget if you're not using cash.
Do you guys, in your glass displays, do you guys keep your most valuable possessions in there, or do you guys keep what you like the most in there?
Honestly,
I have all my figures in there.
I just put all my favorite. I'll just put all my favorite shit on my coolest.
My
shelf.
favorite, It doesn't necessarily have to be the most valuable.
Yeah.
This is my favorite.
I don't put. For me, Alex, I don't put action figures in glass cases. Action figures go on the shelf. Statues go in the glass. For me.
I was gonna say it's kind of both for me because it's all my Hot Toys are in there, and they are my they're like probably my favorite, and they're the most expensive in my collection. So
okay,
but
3 out of my 4 displays are all glass, so it all goes behind glass pretty much.
Well, so have you been thinking about getting rid of your 6-inch to focus on Hot Toys, or
the big switch? It's something I've been thinking about. Yeah. I have a lot of stuff I need to sell, and once I sell that, that'll pretty much make my mind up for me, I think.
I get torn on it because, like, my Hot Toys, I love displaying them and getting them in different poses, but then I put them in a good pose, and I'll leave them there for months. Like, I won't lie. Like,
dude,
I like how it looks. I love looking at it. Versus my 6-inch display, I play with them way more, and that is a huge aspect of how do you collect? How do you use your figures? If you're one that has a fidgety, like you like to mess with your figures a lot. I'm not saying you can't do that with Hot Toys, and it is fun with Hot Toys, but at the same time, me personally, I don't want to mess with them that much either because they're high end. And
I would lose my
Darth
mind if I
Vader,
broke
for example,
something.
I don't want to rip anything on him. It's all, so like versus having like this guy, I can just like for days just mess around with them, leave them out. I mean, I'm not gonna.
The fun factor is there.
What's crazy is Unk is saying that, and that's how I've been with 6-inch figures for a long time. How he is with Hot Toys, like I kind of just like get a nice pose for them, and I don't mess with them that much outside of maybe the first like 3 days that I have them. Mm-hmm. But Hot Toys, dude, I will grab these fucking things once a week. It feels to repose them and do different poses with them.
It sounds like you're just more excited about them in general, and therefore you're going to mess with them more. You're going to repose them more. That's where your excitement is. That's what's sparking your joy right now.
See, look in the chat. You have Harpo Quandrex was saying that he actually went the opposite way, where he went from Hot Toys to 6-inch.
That was how Landspeeder. That's what Landspeeder Luke did too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm
I think Hot Toys. I think Hot Toys over the last. Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, over the last like couple years, I think Hot Toys have really stepped up their game. I think they've gotten a lot better. I think the quality is just it's out of this world now. I think they've really
too light?
elevated.
Is that a real thing? Are they too light? Do they feel cheap?
That's awesome. I'm glad you.
I keep hearing.
I don't blame you for asking this question. It's been repeated a lot.
If weight correlates to value for you, then
Which
yeah,
it doesn't.
probably do
It
feel
doesn't.
cheap.
Because in theory, you grasp something that has like weight to it, you're like, oh, this has weight. This feels good, you know?
Yeah.
You look at a Barbie doll, and they're light, you know, and it's like it doesn't correlate. How
Okay,
could
I'll put it into
correlate?
perspective. They only weigh about 2.5, 3 pounds each. If you're dealing with a figure that has no die cast.
With your first like Hot Toys, were you surprised at how light it was, or
I was legitimately shocked.
I'll tell you, the first time I held one, I initially held it and I was like, oh, this is kind of Barbie doll-ish. And it was it was a really old one. But then like I handled a newer one from like the past like 3 or 4 years, and I was like, oh, the quality is just a lot better.
And you think that weight correlates with value? It does not even close, right? Just because something is
on
lighter
some
does not mean
things
anything.
I can agree, but I mean, at
Just
the end of the day,
in
these are
general,
still plastic bodies with a fabric suit or fabric clothing, and I feel like you get the real value of a hot toy out of engineering, tailoring. Because I mean, a lot of them just have the same base body, and I mean, you know, a lot of them are, you know, double jointed, bicep swivel, thigh swivel, all that. But like, what hinders them is like the clothing and everything. But
is there perceived
like
value?
I can understand why someone like, I'll use Nate and Zooboy as an example. When they opened it, they expected more out of opening something like that, and like feeling, because like, you know, I can just understand expecting more out of opening it.
When you get a hot toy, are you content or are you happy with the price tag?
I don't think I agree with this at all, Harpo. I'll just put it that way. Soulless? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
Is the perceived value there in a hot toy? I mean, and that's all subjective, right?
Because yeah, it's completely subjective. I mean, like, you know,
in your opinion, though, do you think that the value is there when it comes to paint apps, accessories, everything?
100%. Yeah. I mean, when we'll say, for example, something like Sabine.
You're crazy.
Sabine is a $260 figure, so we'll say after taxes and shipping, you're pushing almost $300. But you have a flawless head sculpt. You have the swap out helmet with the like neck, you know, the little neck sock that you can put on. You have her blasters with just amazing paint apps. You have, I think, 4 pairs of hands total with the figure. She has a Loth Cat included in the box. You have her lightsaber with the standard blade and the swooshing blade, and then you get they have swap out. They have LED lit lightsabers as well in the box, and you know, you get a display stand with a metal nameplate and everything like that. It's all just how you would perceive it. I feel like you have to get one that you really want and open it.
Zach is sitting here. I think the quality over the last few years has dramatically improved. I think they've just gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
Did you guys see what InArt did with that Batman, that Dark Knight?
Yeah, they could.
That's a fucking home run. Now, if InArt, let's say if InArt did hot, and I'm gonna say it looks like a miniature hot toy. That Dark Knight.
Yeah, it does. InArt is the level above Hot Toys when it comes to 1/6 scale.
If you had InArt take the line, right? If Star Wars figures with the paint applications, the sculpt, and everything that InArt does in the 1/12 scale, would you guys get figures like that look that good and articulate that good?
Oh, 100%.
At $60-$70 over the hot toy?
I think
is it because the hot toy has so much detail? Is that what makes people buy into hot toys? Because the size itself, I think people would stay away from the big size. I think what it is that because it's bigger, the details you can put in them and the paint apps are just incredible. So if you brought that down to the 6-inch level, would you guys like, would that be a factor where you guys
I would say another thing can come down to engineering, because I mean, like, when it comes to 6-inch scale stuff, they do pegs and they do stuff. Like, when it comes to the hot toy, they can do stuff like I'm saying, like the magnetized backpacks and magnet features. And not only is it that, it's like you said, it's paint apps. Also in the scale, they can do soft goods. I don't like how a lot of 6-inch scale soft goods look. So when you can do
I'm not a fan
wired
of
outfits that are like very nicely tailored and everything, when it comes to a 12-inch scale figure, it's just, I don't know. I'm to the point where I would love if InArt got Star Wars and made Star Wars figures, but that wouldn't fully replace Hot Toys level stuff for me.
Okay. And for me personally, as I say that's not a real answer to coffee, with all due respect, that's not a real question. Because I think that
that's crazy.
The reason why, let me explain. The reason why I'm saying that is because if InArt had the Star Wars license, they would never do, Ayla Sakura. They would never do a, Ponda Baba. They would never do something like that. So you would never, other than a mass retail line, you'll just never get the character variety that I want. Mm-hmm. So it's never a choice for me. But I don't even have a choice. I have one. There's one option. There's no because no other line other than a mass retail line would ever make the character variety that's important to me and is the reason I collect.
But I'll be honest. Okay, so you just said it's the reason you collect. Because I was going to say, is that more important than getting the perfect
absolutely
action figure? The absolute perfect definitive looks exactly like
for me
on screen. Okay.
I would, because here's the thing. I'm gonna bear with me for a second. If I really wanted to go the opposite direction of what I do and truly go quality versus quantity, I'd go above Hot Toys level. I'd buy, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $1,000 items that were, and I would buy like 5 of them a year, and go extremely high level like that. Because to me, with some exception, because I do have imports and I do have Hot Toys, but to me, that mid-level collectible that imports and then, but to a higher extent, Hot Toys, that just doesn't fit for me into how I would want to collect really at all. That's why I only have 2. And
what do you mean? What do you mean by mid-level? Because I feel like when you're talking about $1,000 pieces, you're talking about statues. That's not. Statues, they're not comparable.
Sure, I guess you're right. You're right.
When it comes to an articulated figure, Hot Toys and InArt stuff is the highest end that you can get.
I guess that depends.
An articulated figure. If you're talking about a statue, that's not even comparable.
Unless you're going up to like quarter scale.
Yeah,
articulated things.
It's still technically a Hot Toy, right? It's made by them.
Right.
Right, and so that is Coffee's right. I have to preface that if you care about articulation,
like a statue and stuff like that isn't even comparable. No, and I mean some of those statues they're fucking jaw dropping and amazing. The pricing, but when you're talking an articulated figure that you can pose and swap pieces out on and put on a shelf, Hot Toys and InArt stuff is some of the best that you can get when it comes to a figure like that.
When I was obviously, as a teenager, I could never afford those high levels. But that's why.
Wow. Oh shit.
Damn. So you have to, because that's like the Japan minimum for the import threshold. So.
Damn.
Looks like if you do it on Ami, you're going to take the slow boat and you better make sure you're home.
What are they going to do about their employees in the U.S.? I mean, I guess they still have domestic shipping. But
they do, yeah.
They'll still take 2 months to get your stuff.
Right.
Yeah, but for me, it's just when I was a teenager, I couldn't afford obviously high end statues like that, but I could have been headed in that direction because originally I was buying like my favorite characters and stuff like that, and to go, to extrapolate that to, a much higher end thing, it would be something like those things that I've always admired from afar, like the Justice League versus Darkseid $1,000 statue, or there's like a $3,000 Last of Us statue that I've always thought was amazing. But something like that, the reason why I didn't go that direction and I went this way instead, because this was about, I don't know, somewhere in the mid 2010s where I made the decision to go full back into action figures like I did when I was a kid, is the character variety. I would honestly, I know I'm not saying Hasbro should do this.
Restart the stream.
Send in the link.
I'm not saying Hasbro should do this because, of course, no one would agree with me. But feasibly, I would take lesser quality Black Series figures if it meant we got even more character variety.
No.
And I know
you
that
never want to go below.
Yeah.
Right, and I know that's not... But
JT Yoda, I just saw the most depressing Anakin hot toy of all time the other day. It looked absolutely pitiful, and I felt bad for anybody who owns that Anakin with the pleather because it's rough.
All of them.
Yeah. And now I'm worried about my Vader.
Yeah.
Zuboy, with the Black Series, how they cook with side characters that aren't even like major characters. I'm telling you, it's incredible how the detail is there. And look at what's his name? Hammerhead. Yes, how the paint apps, the wash, everything, they go hard on these secondary, tertiary characters. So it's not like they're creating these characters that nobody wants and they're just going to be like mediocre. No, they're creating bangers. I mean,
real quick, Brandon was correct. It is packages over $800, not under $800.
I'm glad he said that.
Over $800.
Somebody was spreading fake news in here.
Also, I saw William.
He apologized.
I know you're saying you don't see them in very often, but there's this dude on Instagram.
I got him right here.
He fucking, real quick, I want to show this dude's Instagram because he fucking cooks. When it comes to posing. Yes, these are hot toys.
Crazy.
Oh wow.
I'm like I gotta mimic. I bet you I could maybe mimic that.
Do it. Just don't ruin the fig.
Well,
and Hot Toys can pose like that.
I just gotta mess with pick one and figure it out because I
mean,
always
look at this.
Arms,
that's
like,
crazy.
It's so freaking weird how the joints work to me. Still, it feels like you're gonna break it if it goes like above this. I see people get in that high.
Bro, I mean, those look pretty realistic, but the masked like heroes look like legit, look like the actors or
I love when he does stuff like this.
Look at that. That's insane.
Where's the? I know he has a Sabine.
Who's this guy? I'm gonna follow him right now.
Zord.photography on.
Oh, I think I might follow him actually.
That's wild.
That's right there.
Oh yeah, I do follow him. Yeah.
And I know William said not often, because that is true. A lot of people who have hot toys do vanilla poses.
This is
but
a
this
good
just
example
shows
of what
the
you
possibility.
Can do. Right.
But do you think people do the vanilla poses because they're afraid that they're going to break something?
Yeah, they're expensive. You don't want to break something on these things.
Yeah, it's one thing to break a $25 figure. It's another thing to break a $300 figure. And I don't know if Hot Toys will send you parts. I don't know how they work.
Look at this Hot Toys Venom. But this is a Hot Toy Spider-Man in his hand.
21 inches of Venom.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Well, that Marvel Legends Venom looks huge too.
Hey,
I mean, obviously this is going to be way bigger,
that's my script. Oh.
That's from my script. Where's his Sabine? Where is his Sabine? Because that has one of my favorite pictures that he's done.
See, and the thing is, Hot Toys, the lore is everywhere. Batman, Marvel, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, like movies. Yeah. It has everything.
Oh, right here.
They had the NR Ron Weasley on here, bro.
Look, this is one of my favorite pictures that he's done.
I can't wait to get her.
That's sick, bro. You got Sabine?
I mean, this just really shows.
Yeah,
like,
I paid
if
her
you
off.
push,
I'm just waiting on her.
if you can push these figures to another level, if you really really wanted to.
Coffee, are you big on posing? Even your imports?
Oh yeah, like I said with the
Ooh,
Hot
go to
Toys,
his-
I've been reposing them.
What is
all the time.
Revan poses? I think I've seen them, but here we go, bro. Come on now.
That's cool.
He has the lightsaber floating.
Yeah, he probably has it on like a display stand. And then, like photoshops it out or something. And then we'll look at one more. We can look at like the ATRT.
Dude,
How many followers does he have?
Oh, he has like 40 or 50K. He's
Yeah.
pretty
Do you
big.
think Hot Toys sends him these figures?
I know
Maybe.
Pop
Like, at what
Collectibles,
point-
Collectibles probably does. Yeah. Check out
This
this
first
Reaver.
dude.
Because I can't imagine when action figure anything you can leave your job or your career to focus on either action figure photography or even like streaming or video content. Like, at what point can you make enough where you're getting free product, right? All you have to do is review it, and then
What
wow,
the fuck? What is going on?
I just had a fucking what the fuck was that? Anyways, where you can actually, on top of get free product, make enough to survive. Like, who, like, you know, like there are influencers that do that. And
Yeah.
like, it's insane to get to that level.
Oh,
That's
I
the dream,
undermined his follower count. He has 115K.
Oh, there
Yeah,
you go.
see? Yeah, he's getting
All right,
sponsorship.
we got a new
for sure.
we got a new segment on this show. We got Snaggletooth Snacks.
Hell yeah.
I went
these are
to
Japanese
World Market
Cheetos.
today. I got some snacks. I got buttered corn Cheetos.
Ooh.
Legitimately,
Damn.
they taste like corn. It's crazy.
That's nuts.
Hold on. I forgot. This is also one of my favorite ones that he's
one's
done.
sick, dude.
I'm gonna go back and get another bag of these
Good.
and bring them to the con. If you guys can try them.
Damn, Hot Toys are
Do
sick.
it. Move on.
Also this.
Do any of you guys collect Mondo?
No.
Now those are very like animated looking, but they're in the 12-inch. And they go for 200 and they get a lot of praise too, but yeah, this is the next level.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Dude.
Yep,
I kind of want to get that Ahsoka the White.
That looks
agree.
sick.
Looks great.
looks so much better than the first
Oh,
one.
I just had a
Yeah.
freaking sick idea. I'm gonna try it.
Do it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
sign the
Yeah,
box.
Oh, she signed it. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome.
that's sick. Ah, man, that would be it.
I really just wanted to show those off because, like I was saying, I know a lot of people do like vanilla poses, but like if you really like know what you're doing, and you can take these things to the next level in terms of posing.
Coffee. I think people that like vanilla poses are people that can't pose. Nobody likes a vanilla pose. I think if you
when
just
it comes
play
to
it,
Hot
it-
Toys too, I can't blame people because like
Yeah,
you don't want to
they're
break
so
something.
pricey.
You
Correct.
don't
And
want
I'm
to
there
snap a
too.
joint.
You
You
also-
don't want
all-
to do something.
Yeah,
like that.
I'm like that. Most of my figures are the A pose, so I get it. But I think when people say like it's because you can't pose, and it's hard to pose. Like, it's not easy to get something to look dynamic and
True.
realistic.
Yeah.
Like Fig, I'm sure you probably know more than anybody that when you get an action figure in a pose, you want to make it look like how a person would
Yeah.
look, right? But then also dynamic, and it's like it's an art for sure.
Yeah, it takes practice and messing around. I mean, like, there's always, it's just like all art. Some people are just do it easier because they have a better eye for it. That's just art is that way. Some people can pick up a paintbrush and just have a natural ability for it. It goes hand in hand with this and photography. But at the same time, the more you mess with figures, and
The more you work at it, the better.
This is another thing with Hot Toys, and if you have like pleather or like certain materials like that, you definitely don't want to keep them posed forever because that can, you know, sort of deteriorate the material. But if you're talking like a fabric suit or like something like the clones, how they have like a spandex kind of material that isn't, you know, doesn't have some kind of weird feel to it or whatever, you can pose those and keep those posed and you'll never like fuck them up. But if you are talking about something like pleather, where if you have it, you know, a good example is like Darth Vader. A lot of people do the like elbow bent with the fist. If you keep it like that for, and I'm talking like years, of course, like forever, that can really like deteriorate the material, which is nice that they're moving to nylon and stuff because that's not gonna fucking degrade. But that definitely can be a factor when it comes to posing. But I mean, like this dude Zord, he probably does those photo shoots in like a day and a half, 2 days, and you don't really have to like worry about something like that.
Yeah. I want to address something Caleb W said. So I think what we mean is like he says you love stoic poses. Well, stoic poses to look right do take posing. There's a difference in my opinion between a stoic pose and just your figure straight out of the box, just standing there. Like there's a big difference there. So I just want to address that. That's there's no wrong way to display. If that's how you want to do it, that's fine. But just a general rule, like Alex was saying, is when you get your figure out of the box, do most people want it to look just like how it looked in the packaging? You want to put some type of personal pose on that, whether it's very basic, but even a very basic pose can look phenomenal. And also, that's a part of posing. It doesn't always have to be super dynamic either. It's all in that same realm, is what I'm saying. So I just wanted to,
I've seen basic poses, like basic, that look great. Yeah. Like it's not like they're standing like this, right?
Right.
And it's just like they're standing and to the side, and then their head is up, and it's like that shit looks so much better than just like this. You know,
it's like adjusting. It's like adjusting their posture.
You're adjusting, and some people like put their back and their head, and exactly. Yes,
this is very
it's not
non-dynamic,
super dynamic. It's not super dynamic. He's not fucking, you know, but it has like personality to it.
Right.
You know,
a good example I would say is my Mandalorian, my Din Djarin hot toy. I've got him kind of just standing there, like his head's glancing down, looking at the Darksaber in his hand. Like he doesn't have it lit up or anything. He's just looking at it, and his left hand is like an open hand. But I have Grogu in the knapsack, like putting his little hand like on his finger, just like tugging at his finger. It's like a super
it's like a whole scene.
But when I look at it, it's like a little tiny scene just on my shelf, and it's a very basic pose, but it shows everything about the characters that I love.
100%, 100%. How do you, Zuboy? How do you pose? I feel like Zuboy does the A poses. I don't know.
I don't.
Here, let me make mine. I tried to get Scorch in a decent here. I tried to get him in a pretty good kind of at a stance with the pointing finger and the blaster up, like he's like trying to.
Yeah, that looks dope.
Point something.
They're over there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're saying. Like
woke.
A simple arm movement, gesture, it just adds character, and that's what you want with your figure.
I like adding weight to things like a blaster, like you don't want the fucking arm like this. Like if they're at ease, I like having their wrist down because it's like they have to support the weight of the weapon. They can't just it doesn't just like float in their hand like this. You know what I mean?
Do you guys ever heat up your figures before posing? I never do that.
Depends on the plastic. It depends on the plastic.
Yeah.
Right.
What's up, Kenobi Jabroni? Catch you on that replay. Smash that like button if you haven't yet. But
appreciate you, Jabroni.
Yeah.
I also feel like a lot of us, you know, the reason we collect this is from a media source. We've seen comics, we've seen shows. So it's like, even though maybe some of those poses aren't like human attainable, it's from a source. So like the Ronin figure, right? Like my first thought is posing him like I saw him in the Visions episode. So kind of over the top, wide stances, like
that's one of those figures that you definitely.
in like Marvel characters, right? You're gonna try to mimic those comic poses, even if you know the human body can't do it. You want it to look like that media. So that I think a lot of us just have that in our minds, thankfully. So it's like you can transition some of that to
You're trying to mimic that.
Yeah. So it's like people will be like, well, try to mimic the human body to a degree. Yeah, but then you also got the stylization. Like I feel like people who do the really good dramatic poses, I think Nate's awesome at it. Tommy is.
Nate's actually really good. Nate will open a figure. Yeah. I've seen him and he'll like work it, not heat it up, and he gets them in like really good poses.
Yeah, he's gone. He just keeps on getting better with it. Honestly, I've watched him do it for a while, and he's always been, I think, a natural at it. And I'm not like I don't want to glaze Nate too much, but I'm just saying. Like,
I love glazing Nate.
Yeah, we all love glazing Nate.
Love glazing Nate.
Well, like I'll use a more, I guess, known for posing is like D Amazing, like that dude. His posing skills.
That guy's top notch, bro.
And but like know, like he doesn't get his ideas from like, oh, I'm gonna like act this out. How does my arm move? My leg twist. It's all from those shows he watches, and he just visualizes how that looks. It's like so for super dynamic posing, that's where the guys I think knock it out of the park is where they can visualize those hyper crazy like comic moves and just go right to the figure. It's like that's a art in itself. But anyways,
yeah.
100%. And then the best poser I know is Zoo though. He's the man.
Zoo boy.
There you go.
So real quick, guys, I'm gonna change the subject. Somebody hit me up and they asked me if I was going to ICC, and I was like, unfortunately, I'm not. I wish I was. I'd love it.
Oh no,
we lost him. He doesn't want to hear about ICC.
He's like, yeah, I don't want to hear it. So next year, I already talked to my wife. I already talked to my sister. We're gonna try to plan a Nashville trip. They're gonna like stay in the middle of the town while I go meet up with you guys and all that. So next year, God willing, if everything works out, I will be going. But I'm excited for you guys. So this is coming up. What are the plans? How are you guys setting things up? What's going on? How are you guys gonna get there? I'm curious to know, because are you guys gonna stream out there? Are you gonna do a video of like your trip? How are you guys gonna set this
definitely
up?
A vlog,
bro. I don't know
for sure.
I don't know why my browser is so sensitive. I touch one thing and it takes me out. So very annoying.
No, Hunter, he goes up at 3 a.m. Eastern.
When you get up for work, he should be up.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm planning on driving. Courtney's coming with me this time. She's nice to hang out with everybody and stuff. But yeah, we're gonna do like a little bit of we're gonna do like a Nashville day and like explore the city and stuff and go hit some spots I know she's excited to go see. And then we'll do the con for Friday, Saturday. And then I'll go home Sunday. That's the plan.
Are you looking to get anything while over there? Is there something that's on your list?
Oh, bro, we all got lists.
We all
got lists, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be driving
coffee.
I'm gonna be driving too, bringing Mrs. Coffee and Zoo Boy for the road trip because he was gonna fly up if his parents went this year, but it seems like they're not going to, so we're gonna do a road trip.
Nice.
I have a list of like 6 hot toys I'm on the lookout for. I'm not buying 6 while we're there, but I'm bringing about $600 with me in cash, and I have a bunch of stuff to sell to people. So I'm hoping that between that, I've already made like quite a few sales. I'm already getting like $150 from everything I've already sold before even like doing the room sales or anything. So I'm thinking I might be able to get a third one depending on how much stuff I sell.
There you go.
But
I'm bringing a ton of stuff to sell.
Yeah.
I don't know if I move, you may be able to see it, but like there's a huge bag on the floor right here. It's like underneath this shelf that's just full of Black Series that I'm trying to sell, and I'm trying to move them for like
the line. It's there.
I'm moving a lot of slop. I'll tell you that. I'm trying to move it for very cheap. If you're trying to get a lot of army builders, things like that, Rogue One figures, stuff like that for very, very, very cheap. All the Bad Batch, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Find me at the room sales. I'll have it all very cheap.
Bro's gonna be wearing the big coat, going, "I got what you need."
Yeah,
Zoo Boy, why do you look down? Saturday. What are you looking forward to, Zoo? I want to hear. What are you looking forward to? What are you looking to get?
I'm trying to get the Razor Crest. HasLab Razor.
Oh, get the fuck out! Didn't somebody say that they got a good? They were offering 2K for the.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, real quick. We got semi-breaking news. So Ami does not go up tomorrow. They finally put their listing up. It goes up April 28th,
3 days,
10 p.m. Eastern, Sunday night, April 28th. As a PSA for everybody still watching, Ami is not tomorrow night, April 28th at 10 p.m.
Damn, right
Eastern.
after Last of Us, because Last of Us starts at 9, so it'll be 9 to 10.
10 p.m. Eastern, April 28th.
Here you go.
Hell yeah.
Does that price seem a little higher than everybody else? Or
No, he said 18,000.
Isn't that less? Because
it's less.
118.
I was thinking 15, but you're right. It was 18. So yeah.
Dumb motherfucking uncle.
Wait, so that says that's the 28th at 11 Japanese time.
So it's 10 p.m.
Dante.
Yeah.
Dante's displays. So that's
10
10 p.m.
Eastern.
Sunday evening
Sunday,
on
yeah,
the
Sunday
East
evening.
Coast of the U.S.
Actually, shout out to Dante's displays. He had a video of his Star Wars display, and it looks clean, man. Props to you, dude. It looks nice.
Heck yeah.
Came out really, really good. But yeah, Zubo, you were saying, what are you looking forward to? Come on, I want to hear it. What are you getting over there
Like to get?
at ICC?
To get is really, it's just the Razor Crest just to get. Well, I'd also like to find that Disney Droid Depot Galaxy's Edge Black Series set.
Mm-hmm.
Which
But
one?
that's not the one with what's his face, the Pit Droid. And
Is that still available in Disneyland?
R5?
It's not.
I was gonna say, if anything,
the BB unit from Resistance CB23. But that's available retail on eBay. So if I don't find it at ICCCon, I'll be buying it like the day I get back.
Is there
I
any?
just started to wait till just in case I see it there.
Ami doesn't charge for pre-orders, and there's no deposit.
Is
You
there
just
any
place the
like
order.
Grail Black Series items that you guys are looking to get?
So
I got my Grail, the Throne set.
Black Series,
one
hell
item-
no.
There's one item in my collection that I'm missing, and it's the Tauntaun.
Jeez.
That's the one
Yes,
item.
I'm actually missing that too.
Yeah, that's the one major item that I don't have from the Black Series that I still want.
Brandon, if you're
even if I fully get into Hot Toys, I'm not getting rid of the major things I care about in Black Series and imports and stuff like that. Like there will always be a 6-inch display in my collection. It's just how much of it. Yeah, I love that OT. I'm never getting rid of that stuff. I'll buy Hot Toys. I'll put Hot Toys in other rooms, but this stuff is not going anywhere. Like I love my indoor set, and I love my Jabba's Palace. I love my prequel shelf right here, which I'm really kidding out, and I've fully hexed out. I'm so excited about it. I love it.
I can't wait to go to Wilbon's house, and there's gonna be Hot Toys in the bathroom. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, bro, for sure. No, I floated the idea of Hot Toys in the living room, and Courtney was like, "Well, if it's ones I like, then I'm into it." And I was like, "Okay,
Sabine,
all right, yeah, Hera, Ahsoka, yeah, Hera."
Dude, this is gonna sound fucking childish, but do you have a desk figgy or a nightstand figgy?
Bro,
what the fuck? Yes.
No, a nightstand figgy. So do you ever pick a figgy too and you bring it?
Yes.
You bring him upstairs.
Not recently,
okay,
but yes.
Dude, come on. Come on.
I have one. Yeah, I have. I mean, you already saw them. I'm gonna show them off, but here's mine.
Bro, this is forever a desk figgy.
Hell yeah.
That's a selfie series, bro.
Mojave, they're 13 hours ahead of us. How would 10 p.m. on April 28th Japanese time be 9 a.m. the next day in America? They're 13 hours ahead of us.
You got them mixed up, brother. You got them mixed up.
We are not ahead of them.
Zooboy, do you have any Grails Black Series that are pending?
My Throne set, I got it, so I'm good.
So you're good. There's nothing.
Also, yes, Stargazer is correct. It's 10 p.m. on the 27th, so Saturday.
I have every single Black Series figure that I want, except for that droid pack.
Do you have this one?
Have you ever tried this one?
What's he gonna drop? What is it? The Shadow Squadron set?
He's gonna hit the Juno pose.
Okay. Another PSA is it's April 27th at 10 p.m. Eastern. April 27th. So I believe that's Saturday.
Oh, you guessed it.
Or no, that is Sunday. It is still Sunday, so it still goes up on Sunday. But Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Here, I'll just make a banner.
Do I open this or do I keep it sealed?
You gotta open it.
Well, I'm an opener, so I say open that shit.
I don't own that set, but I would not pay what that set goes for because I don't.
How much does it go for now? I got it for $90.
It's not.
Like,
you know what?
A year and a half ago or 2 years ago.
It's not from something, so I don't care.
It's from Battlefront. It's from Battlefront.
No. Come on now. That's stupid.
Are you saying that's not real?
This was actually part of Nerdzoic's leaks. This was supposed to re-release.
I remember that.
Yeah, if it went up for
Zoo acts like Battlefront isn't something.
I don't know because it's like
Justin said he opened his. Justin, was that recently or?
It's also from like comics, right?
I think so.
I opened mine, but that was before like people thought it. That was when it first came out.
It's something, Zoo.
All right, I'll give it to you. But still, I wouldn't pay over retail for that. So,
well, I wouldn't pay for it at all.
How much was it retail?
It's not from the OT.
Get it retail.
It's cool.
How much was this retail? Does anybody
sure it was
know?
like $50, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I wouldn't pay over like what they would charge now. Which would be like what? There's three figures in there or two?
Was that a $50 set? It's 2 figures. And
two figures. So let's say they charged $75 for that because it's the speeder. I'm cool with that.
Oh, so we got it back in 2020, 2021. I opened it immediately, but it's one of the very few boxes that I kept.
Honestly,
if I saw it and it fell into
boxes,
my lap,
bro. It's the Black Series. Fuck them boxes, bro.
If I saw it
there's
at the
some
con,
things that I keep in box and on card because I normally open all the figures. But
if you keep the figure in there and don't open it, that's different. But like if you open it but keep the box, that's weird to me.
Who was it? I think Justin recently mentioned that was there a video that they made that they were keeping all the boxes and then he was like, fuck this, I don't need to keep any of this. And because it creates so much clutter.
Yeah.
And dude, when you
it's like,
figs,
why are you collecting for value to preserve the value, or are you collecting just because you love the figures? Like to me,
goes up at 3 a.m. Hunter. Eastern.
If you're intending to sell them, I get it, but at the same time, like I don't buy any of this stuff with the intention of making a profit or trying to sell it or something like that. I collect because I love the figures. I don't care about packaging. Like that's just not something I
don't see the point of being an inbox collector. I'm sorry. If you're an inbox
I don't
collector,
either.
I'm sorry.
For TVC, I don't know what it is. So Doug, I'm with you. TVC, I keep them on card. I don't know. Because the thing is, I have the Black Series already, so it's going to be a better articulation, better paint after that, everything. But I love that card back. And TVC, I actually keep.
You can't put them in the ship if they're on the card. You can't put them in the Dio if they're on the card.
That's true.
Wilbon says this, then he doesn't open his Rebels figures. Motherfucker.
You're spitting.
Actually, didn't
open
Nate
that
say
shit up,
he was going to keep them all on card? I think Nate said
but
he was going to keep the Rebel figures on card.
The display actually looks better.
It is. It is an extra display.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You too, Wilbon. You didn't open those, and you're not going to open them, right?
They're from the HasLab, though.
Yeah.
So
you're going to keep those on card.
I opened those. I didn't even have to think about it, bro. I was so happy to open.
You
those.
cracked them shits open.
They're so good. They're so good. I don't care. They're so good.
All right. If you get the Cantina, you're going to open all.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I'm opening those.
I don't see the point of owning If you don't want to open your figures, just print out a picture of the figure and put it on your
Zoo
wall.
Boy, how many cantinas did you?
For the ghost, you can't see the figures inside the ghost. That's my logic.
True, but you could also
I can see the figures
in the cantina.
Like in the cantina, correct.
You could also take the top off the ghost and have a topless ghost, or you could just put them in front of the
I
ghost.
gotta keep that top on, brother.
You know that
I gotta keep that thing modest. No topless ghost.
Do you guys ever value your collections? And I don't mean to sell, right? But do you ever say like for example, the Shadow pack, right? I will never sell this. There's no reason to sell this, right? And to me, there's no reason to open it because I know they're not going to articulate super well. And the display, I almost like it because to me, I used to watch this YouTuber back in the day who was a toy collector. I forget his name, but it's almost like preserving history. And when you have something that might never be made again, and let's say I bought something that was old and it was still on card, that's never going to be done again, right? Especially, back in the day. So it's almost you're preserving.
But I would make the argument that's every figure that's ever been made is never being made again because, I open Power of the Force packaging.
Unless they reissue it.
And
that's what I was just saying,
even then, it's not the same. Even a reissue is not exactly the same.
Yeah,
because it still has like the date of 2025 on it. Like it's still not exactly the same. So for me, I just don't see the point. Like collect how you like. I won't ever
open this,
but
I don't care. I got them all individual. This will stay sealed.
Wait, what did I just come back to? What are we?
We're talking about like
keeping figures in box, like that kind of.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, especially for a Hasbro figure, it's like.
Just open that.
I opened my Thrawn set. Like I enjoy that. Like I don't understand
keeping things in the box.
I also think like some people just find the aesthetics of a figure on card like pleasing. Certain type of packaging, certain type of I keep like my 97. A lot of my carded Marvel figures, I have a little space. I love how they look on that card back. So like it's from an artistic point of view too. Like I know you said just print a picture of the character and put it on the wall to a degree. Yes, I get what you're saying. But it's like knowing that the action figure is sealed in there, it does have some type of enjoyment to some people.
See, Justin is missing out. Like he's keeping that Thrawn set and there are so many cool accessories in there that will never be made again.
It's signed by Timothy
but think about it,
bro.
But mine is signed, and it doesn't ruin the collectability for me.
For you, and that's key.
It's still a signed thing. I still have the Thrawn figure in there because I don't need to take that out. I have a million Thrawn.
But you got it signed, but took the accessories out.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Think about it.
Are you serious?
Think about it this way too.
Yeah. I don't understand. Like they're such a unique, cool accessories.
Yeah, but it's
also we're gonna fucking die, and then it's not gonna matter. So I feel like enjoy it while you're here, because then you're not gonna be able to. That's the way.
What if you enjoy it that way? Like what if you enjoy it?
Exactly.
But I feel like if you truly gain enjoyment out of it being in package, then more power to you. But I believe a lot of people aren't actually enjoying. It's like you're teasing yourself. You're like,
no, because
I'm not gonna open. And then I don't know. What do I know?
Well, I see what you're saying,
Zoo,
and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Fig, but at the same time, it's what you knowing that you have it, right? It's in itself, it's already like I'm good. I have it, I own it. So when you display it with the box or with or mint on card or whatever, you have it. You have the figures. For some people, you don't. I can open some things and keep things on card. So I totally understand because I open, I would say 90% of my things, right? Because I that's what I do. But the ones that I don't open, it's for a reason. Like things that mean a lot to me. Where it's
here's I have two. Example. Why did I buy two of these for me? because I want to look at this
and you get enjoyment from looking at that card back. You look at it; it's nostalgic. It brings you back.
You know what I did is I just took Cody out and I have the card back, and I'm saving.
That works too, dude.
I almost find that more egregious because it's like there at that point there is no point like to keep it. You know what I'm saying?
If the packaging itself is cool, then keep the packaging. I don't see if the figure is in the like. I don't know. I just don't understand.
Yeah, tangy.
And like what Justin's saying, Justin said he never read Hair to Air to the Slot Buyer. I like that.
Bro,
Justin,
he's trying to trigger us. He's
like 99%. In fact, it may be all of them. The accessories in that set are Rebels related, not Heir to the Empire. That's not an EU set. That's a Rebel set.
It's a Rebel set.
So, like, I pose one of my Kanan figures with that Jedi Temple mask. Like, I wouldn't even have that Kanan figure on my shelf.
Justin
because it's the pre-photoreal one. That I bought that figure specifically to display that mask on. So it's like, I don't know. I just think it's so cool.
But see, that's
again, obviously everybody
is right. That everybody has
everybody
and at the end of the day, it's your collection. You're the one that's looking at this. You're the one that's sitting in the room. You're the one that's taking it all in. So, you know, some people how dare you say like, oh, you collect the wrong way, or the way you do is stupid and this and that. Like, I can't believe you do that. You mix lines together. You mix imports of Black Series. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're fucking nuts.
You're spitting.
Crazy.
You're spitting.
Dude, it's nuts. Like, are you kidding me?
I mean, just because I spend $100 for Vels clones, all right? That's what I want to do.
Oh my god!
If that's what you want to do, by all means.
See, Justin, the thing is that I don't care if it's preserved or not, or if it's destroyed or not. It's just that if I like the look of the packaging and I want to keep the packaging, then I want to keep it. Like, well, what does it matter if it's preserved or not? Like,
to me,
if you're never going to sell it, what's the point?
I don't understand. If it's an autographed item, I would want to keep that preserved in the
sure,
state
but that's like
that's automatic.
That's to me.
But to me, it's not like the Thrawn set specifically. Like my archive Thrawn, I can't open that because if I open that actually destroys it. But I got my Thrawn set signed from Timothy Zahn after I opened it, and even if you opened it first or opened it after. The way the Thrawn packaging is it doesn't disrupt anything, you know? Yeah, I guess there's not a seal. Sure, there's not a seal. But other than the seal, I don't know. No, but that's what I'm saying, Justin. It's like a carded thing, once you take that off, then the signature is not there, you know?
It diminishes it.
Right. Well, it's not even diminishing it. It's just you can't. How would you display a carded figure that you opened that's signed? You can't.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying. The Thrawn set can be displayed, like opened or not. It doesn't change. It doesn't change anything because you can't display a bubble by itself. It won't even stand. Like you need the card to put it. But the Thrawn set, it can be displayed. You know. Like, if you look at my Thrawn set, you would not even be able to tell that it was opened. Because the only thing that makes my Thrawn set different from Justin's is that I broke the seal. But visually looking at it, the seal isn't even visible. So you wouldn't be able to tell, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I feel so out of the loop. I joined the conversation like halfway through and like...
I mean, you could just hear that last end part. You could gather what we were talking about.
I like obviously I do get in some points what you're saying, Zoo. I feel like all of us probably do. There's points where I do agree with you in a sense of, especially towards the end there. I think you wrapped it up. To me, you pulled me back in because at first I thought you were saying like if I just took him out and just displayed the card, like that would be kind of. But you were referring to packaging that, like the Ronin, for example, is made to take out.
Yeah, exactly. Ronin's a perfect example. I'm keeping the packaging of that.
Yeah,
but I would never not keep.
See you, Cookie.
Ronin.
Later, Thanks for watching. Appreciate the 5.
Thanks, Cookie.
Can't wait to see you.
Good one, bro. Yep.
Right. So I was saying that's where I was like, okay, I see where you went kind of full circle. I mean, you know what? No, honestly, I'll be real. Like, if you wanted to do that, go like Don or Alex was saying. Keep on saying DantesToyz. Like if you wanted to put the card back of this because it does look cool. It's a cool Darth Vader picture on your wall. Then why not? Like, go for it.
I mean, I kept my packaging of that. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I might trash it eventually, but for now, I kept it.
I mean, if you don't have that nostalgic attachment to the packaging, that makes total sense.
I do have that nostalgia. That's the only.
All right, then I don't know. Then I don't know.
But it's just that I don't. If you have nostalgia towards the packaging, you don't have nostalgia for the new 2025 figure that came out.
No,
so you take the figure out
of respect for the item itself. I'm gonna buy one, take the figure out, keep one on card because I'm preserving the entire packaging, the entire thing.
I just can't justify buying a figure twice. I can't do it.
You buy too many figures. That's what it is.
But I can't buy a figure twice. I can't do
You
it.
don't even
Kind of makes sense for the way
Aren't you technically about to buy
twice.
the Mafex Luke twice? Even though
No, because that's a gift. Buying something for a gift is not buying it twice. By that logic, I bought
it for a gift.
Zoo won't even you won't even buy a figure twice, even to buy one, open one, and keep one on card. You won't do that?
No.
That's wild to me, man.
I don't. It's a waste of money, in my opinion, because you can get it's the same figure. You can keep
you can enjoy them in different ways, bro. There's no unilateral way you have to enjoy an action figure.
I just feel like if someone buys again, I understand it's not for everybody, but for me, if you buy the 2 Commander Codys and you buy one to enjoy the figure, one to enjoy the packaging, I bought one Cody and I still feel like I enjoy the figure and enjoy the packaging. But again, I understand it's for me. Some people don't want.
I mean, that's just preferences. Like, I'm not doing that for fucking the. I think people who fucking buy 2 of a Black Series figure or keep the boxes for Black Series figures to preserve the mural, I think those people are fucking crazy. That's not me. Again, but for this is specifically like a piece of my childhood that's being recreated in 6-inch. Like, that's why it's like, I'm going to buy one, open it for this shelf, but then I have a wall of carded figures that like, I'm going to,
I guess I'm also, it's a little weird for me because I also don't give a shit about like the rarity of an item. Like if I had one of existence of something in the world, I don't care if or if it was mass produced
at all.
Bro, I literally don't. Like when Alex,
that's crazy.
And you know what the worst part is? I do believe him. I do believe that Z-Boy would open something that's absolutely.
There are so many times where Coffee is talking to me about this new Anakin that he's getting that is 1,500 in the world or whatever, and I'm like, that is a nil selling point to me. Like I don't. There could be 15 million in the world. There could be 15. Like it has zero impact on my desirability. Or anything.
It has anything to do with the desirability for me either. It's just cool.
Well, I'm saying,
oh my god, I need this Anakin because there's only 15.
There's only two. There's only 2. That's amazing.
I'm just saying it's not cool for me.
It increases.
It
increases the collector's like value standpoint of it. Like there's only so many HasLabs of this. So
that's what I'm saying. If they were to
intrinsically more valuable,
if Hasbro were to say,
more interesting, I would say.
If Hasbro were to say they're re-releasing Galactus as a mass-produced item that anyone could own, not a HasLab, I'd be all for that. Like I don't.
That's not. I don't see where there's a problem with you if just a collector with that. But I think it makes it like more interesting that like there is only so many of these HasLab ghosts in the world.
100%. Absolutely, and I think it's.
But there's a line, right? Because there's everything you own, there's a finite amount of it in the world. So there's just
but it's not all like super duper mass produced. Like fucking this Stone Cold Steve Austin Ultimate Edition figure. Like there's a shitload of those, but like there's not of there's hundreds of thousands of these Stone Cold figures. There's only but so many thousands.
Right,
of these,
but that's what I'm saying.
Large or
I'm saying that like
whatever. The Razor Crest.
Let's say I know it was more than this.
Atari ET games in a desert somewhere in a ditch. So
yeah,
I know there was more. I know there was more of this, but just for the purpose of my argument, let's say there was 8,000 ghosts, and let's say there's 800,000 Stone Cold Steve Austin figures. the line there, like that, the attraction of 8,000 ghosts, like that, there could be 800,000 ghosts, and I wouldn't think it's less cool or more.
Right, I get what you're saying.
Like I don't.
Boy, if
the amount of like, I don't care. Like there could be one ghost, and I would be fine. If I had the only ghost in existence, like I would be okay.
If you're at a garage sale and somebody tells you they gave you a sealed copy of the Death of Superman, you know, 1-on-1 comic or whatever, and it's fucking sealed in glass and all that, are you the type that would, if you've never read it before and you want to read it, would you open something like that and read it?
Well, specifically in this case, no, because I know my dad would care. But if my dad didn't care, then
you would.
Like I don't. It doesn't. Like I don't. Nothing. Like none
I would
of that
love
stuff.
to dissect you and see where your brain is at, bro.
I just don't.
We do it
care.
We do it every Monday, bro. We do it every Monday.
I don't. It
But
doesn't
I
matter.
respect that though. I respect that because Zoo Boy's face, it's his conjectures, and it's like if it's something, he's like, I'm gonna open it. It's mine. I can do whatever
This
I want
exactly.
with it, right?
If Bobcat is there's one Rancor out there that prototype. If I own that prototype, I would not find it any more cool as if I had that one, or if the Rancor came back and it was mass produced. For me, it's just that I have the Rancor in my
In Zoo's
collection.
opinion,
That's
anybody who bought the test shot of Savage is a fucking idiot because
there's
the mass produced one with paint on it.
Yeah,
hey Nate, he's calling you a dumb fuck right now.
Bro, it's okay.
Zoo Boy calling Nate specifically a dumb bitch and Zach a dumb bitch.
Here's my counterpoint, and it's not really a counterpoint, but like, okay, Zoo, obviously you can. I get where you're coming from. That's how you feel about it. That's awesome because that's you, right? That's your opinion.
I respect it.
How you collect, but like obviously the people who don't, you're cool with too, right?
That's what I'm saying. If it brings you joy, if that Savage Press test shot brings Nate and Zach joy, I love Nate and Zach, so I want them to be happy. If that makes them happy, by all means, bro,
Now,
buy 10 million test shots. I don't care. Do whatever you want. It's just.
No, it'd be crazy though. Someone like Army builded carded figures. Like, oh, I'm gonna get fired on the wall, bro.
Zoo hates the idea of buying something more than once. That he's like, Wonder Rock wanted to stop. No,
doesn't make sense. Wasn't there something last year at ICC that I think the Chewbacca? It was like the friends and family or
test subject.
Yeah, it was like the prototype
Hasbro team or whatever got it.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you this: if I was like a diehard Black Sea, and I would consider myself a fan, but if I was like a diehard fan, right, and it was an opportunity to own a piece of like history, I'm not smoking anybody that gets that really wants it.
See, this is the thing, bro. I know people are gonna call me crazy, but it's a fucking Chewbacca figure, so I'd pay $25 for that. Like I don't care. I don't care. There's so
bro. I think you see plastic. I think you literally just see the plastic, and you're like, "There's no worth in that."
But it's also the whole set. It's also the fact that it's like this was a gift to Hasbro employees. This item holds significance beyond the Chewbacca.
Sure, and figure. that part
you just have to acknowledge that that's a thing that
right.
exists.
Yes, no, I guess so. Wilbon is absolutely right because that there is value in that, but. For something like Bobcat saying the Mexico 4-pack, absolutely not. That Mexico 4-pack is worth $100 to me.
That's trash.
That's just 4 Black Series.
How much does that go for?
So
like
if
$500,
yeah, I would
$600.
I would never pay more than $100 for that, and that would only be if I wanted those 4 figures. And if I had the Mexico 4-pack,
that you are one of very few collectors that
I don't care. It literally
that you own that.
Why? I don't understand the rarity thing because.
What? You never collected Pokemon cards?
That's
not.
We get too far ahead. Let me ask.
Rarity?
For someone like
you've been 6 years old on the playground and people are showing you their fucking holographic Pokemon cards. Like, come on, this is
rarity.
This
is
collecting at its most basic level.
I gave my brother my holographic Pokemon cards, and I took the regular release because I thought they looked cooler. Because I don't, bro. Literally, artificial rarity is so stupid. I hate it.
But it's not artificial. I mean, I guess.
It is artificial because it's manufactured.
I guess.
That's collecting 101, bro.
But that's why I don't collect for rarity. I just collect. I collect the thing that I like. That's it. I don't care.
Can somebody explain to Darth Stargazer?
That's why I hate the limited
4-pack was.
Yeah, every time I see something that's limited edition, I always get bummed because I'm like, I wish more people can get this. Like when I get something that sells out, I'm not like, ooh, like that's cool.
You're
like,
a little ooh. You're a little ooh.
No, bro.
Ooh.
You're a little ooh.
I'm not.
You're
I'll give a perfect
ooh.
example. The Last of Us 4K Steelbook sold out. You can't get that anywhere, right? I own that figure. In fact, I own 2 copies of because I had the UK copy that I'm giving to
yours
Robbie.
to me because I didn't get it. You should donate it.
All right, I'm gonna ask this
I
question.
know.
I'll talk loud. I'm gonna talk over everybody. Alex, so that Chewbacca you were talking about that someone bought at the con last year, I think it went for like $800, correct?
$850.
So let me ask you this: if you wanted it and you didn't have the money for it, would you hit up your grandma for the money?
My grandma? And she had the money.
Hold on.
She was set.
Let's take this hypothetical one step further.
Yeah, here we go.
Would you hit up your grandma who is on a fixed income and also you can't afford groceries?
Nah, dude, you can't. At the end of the day, you have priorities. We're adults. You know,
Yeah,
we're
there
not
you go.
15-year-olds collecting, right?
Me. I can't.
But I will say, if he made it work, if he ate noodles for about a week or 2 weeks, and he has that fucking thing,
crazy.
Hey, when I was young, bro, I worked at I was a busboy at a restaurant at 15. And if I really wanted a pair of Jordans or if I really wanted something, I would not go out for 2 weeks to save up every penny.
Bro, that is another example of something that I don't
really
understand, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna piss off more people now.
Oh, God.
Fucking Jordans, shoes. Bro, that boggles my mind. It's a fucking pair of sneakers, bro. I'll take a fucking pair of sneakers that's $5. Like, what the? People spend 500. What the fuck is the fucking sneak? What the fuck is the shit?
Bro, why the fuck are you collecting? Why are you collecting
It's the
statues
same
that are hundreds
reason
of dollars?
why-
Why are you
exactly.
collecting hundreds of action figures that are thousands of
Bro,
dollars?
but a statue.
It's what you're into.
But a statue.
You can
or a
actually wear
figure,
fucking
like,
shoes.
You
can't wear
or
a statue.
figure, that's like a piece of art that you look at. A shoe isn't meant for functionality.
Bro, just because you don't view it as a piece of art doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't.
Bro, but a shoe objectively has a purpose, which is what you wear. Like a
But some
figure's
people
purpose.
see
It is
differently.
style. It's style,
It's-
and
yeah,
people want to have the whole lineup of Jordans. Like they want to have like the whole set,
collection,
and they want to have them like
yeah.
minty. They want to have
It's
them
lit-
preserved.
Like Appo's saying,
it's a big thing.
Fucking
Sneaker
Jordans are
collection?
literally like a
hold
fucking
on,
culture.
Zoo.
Culture.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not valid.
100%. People collect
yeah, that's fine. That's
beanie babies and stamps and fucking all sorts of things.
Right, but okay,
collecting
Beanie Babies, here's the difference though, right? A Beanie Baby, again, the purpose is to be the little plush animal. A stamp, the purpose of a stamp is to send a letter. So stamp, yeah, I would agree with that. Stamp
hold on.
doesn't, so it's like
they make specific designs that are intended to be collectible.
Purposes can mean something to different people too.
Bro, if we talk to sneakerheads and be like, we collect action figures, they'll be like, it's
They're gonna think we're fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like-
it all subjective.
They would laugh at us for
sneakers.
collecting like kids' toys, like plastic Hasbro kids' toys. Like,
Sure, the
Because
purpose
at
of
the
a
end of the day-
stamp is to mail something, but fucking stamp collectors aren't fucking collecting them to just fucking put them on fucking letters to ship out.
no, they make
Bro,
whole
like,
fucking books of all their stamps and shit like that.
I fucking collect Yu-Gi-Oh! There's no point in it. I don't know, like, you know, but
Well, bro,
it's cool.
there is a purpose. You can play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, play the
again,
game.
yes.
Well, again, Zoo
It's
doesn't-
obviously nobody fucking does though.
Zoo thinks the shiny cards are shit, and you should just collect the fucking the fucking non-shiny ones.
He's
for some
clearly not
reason.
fucking playing with them if he has them in a fucking if he has them in sleeves in a book. It means something different to him.
Hey,
Like,
where's
personally,
this
I think
from?
collecting shoes is dumb as fuck. But for people who like it, obviously I like it.
Bro, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying if you want to do it, by all means, go ahead. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying exactly what you said, Fig, is my opinion. Exactly what you said. Like no change.
I don't even think it's dumb as fuck. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
I
Well,
was
I think
collecting comics.
you don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if you-
everybody collects what they want, you know, and
Yeah.
it
Bro,
to me, I
my
always
dad
tell
collects variant covers of comic books, And that's something I don't understand because it's
What
the
do you
same
mean?
fucking comic on the inside.
No,
it's the same comic.
No, okay, it could be the same comic, but the art, you have to also think about somebody created a variant of that art, and I'm a big comic collector.
It's only valid if I do it. That's fucking Zoo Boy, bro.
And I tell my wife, I mean, I don't have to remind her because she never questions it, but fuck, bro, I much rather be collecting comics, cards, and action figures and spending my money in a fucking strip club or a fucking casino or a fucking degenerate, you know?
But see, that's the thing also is that I could, even in my own space, I break my own rule, but I'll view it as ridiculous, but I'll still do it. So an example is I bought the recent Last of Us complete fucking set. Why? Cool. I don't fucking know because it's the same game I already own. So I don't know why the fuck I bought it, but I bought it because I like it.
Of course.
But if I'm looking at it from like a science, like a logistical, logical thing, it's a fucking stupid ass purchase. But I like it, so it's fine.
Why do you have to have these different viewpoints? Why do you have to be like, oh, because the way I want it, and then a logical side?
Yeah,
why does that have to be something with every single fucking thing that you talk or think about? Like,
because,
why do you?
Because you have to look at
get it.
You have to look at things from a.
You don't. You objectively do not have to.
You don't. You don't have to put a science, or you don't have to put a reason or a theory.
Sure, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't have to.
You don't. Okay, why do all of us collect? There's probably some fucking trauma when we were young that we couldn't get all the shit that we wanted, or we were fucking bullied, or there was some bullshit, and now we fucking spend a fuck ton of money on shit that we don't need. But after
show, I get to go first on the trauma dump. I get to go first.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, is that
Jedi King Gamguard.
To me, the purpose of life.
Oh god! Here we go.
Oh god! Here we go.
All right, guys. Good stream. Hope you all have a good one.
Good night, Iran.
Later, everyone.
The purpose of life is to enjoy it. Right? So if you enjoy, if you enjoy life,
not yet, but
enjoy life, fucking injecting.
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
Fine. If you want to enjoy life by going on a one night,
out through all that.
It was like in and out.
I said, if you want it, the purpose of life for me is to enjoy it.
The pursuit of happiness.
If you
is number one.
Sure, the pursuit of happiness.
100%. That's like
if you want to enjoy life by injecting heroin into your ass every day, okay. If you want to enjoy life by having a one night stand every night for the rest of your life, if you want to enjoy life by having a nuclear family, right, and then you have your job and your kids and your wife, and do that too. If you want to collect fucking stamps or sneakers or whatever, fine, go ahead. How I choose to enjoy my life is I like my hobbies of, watching movies, watching TV shows, playing video games, reading books, using my VR, swimming, etc.
Because you're not harming anybody. You're not
right. Watching baseball. Those are my hobbies, right?
Okay.
Writing. Sure. Exactly.
Yeah.
Then, in part of that, because those are actively doing things. Like when I read a book, I'm not collecting the book. However, then there's the other
if you buy
part.
a copy of the book, you are.
Right. Correct. Then there's the other part, which is in addition to watching.
That's why I don't do digital.
I also like collecting physical media. I also like 100%. Collecting figures. I like collecting statues. So then there's another part there. So if I become, I enjoy that part so much. In addition to my hobby. So it's twofold. It's not just one. There's two parts. Mm-hmm. However, all I'm saying is that I don't like the idea of, someone, they're going through life and then that's it. And I think that we should all try to enjoy.
A lot of people.
Sure,
that's a lot of people.
That's a lot.
That's probably the majority of people. Literally,
Yeah, I
living
mean, and
day
that's
by
sad.
day
I wish
and
a
just
lot of people
surviving.
never discover a passion. It's like they're functional. They go to work, they go home, they maybe watch television, just what's on TV, not something particular. They just watch something on Netflix, cable or whatever, and then they go to bed.
And that's
what a
their
lot of
day,
people do.
dude. I would say most people are like that. I think most people, and they're not basic because they're people. They have souls, right? They feel and everything. But I would say most people fucking hate their jobs. They hate their 9 to 5. With the economy, with everything that's going on, everything's fucking expensive. They have to go to this shit job because they have to make rent. They probably live in a house that, then you have to analyze like happy marriages, right? Or like kids, like, and then people, like, if you get random fucking people at a grocery store and ask them like, hey, do you genuinely like love your life like how it is right now? I can guarantee you half of them are like, fuck no, I hate my job.
That's pretty
I hate
sad.
coming home. Yeah, and it is very sad. And I live my life to like, I try to, not every day is gonna be like rainbows and fucking butterflies, right? But I'm super proud of everything.
Television.
I'm super happy at where I am and everything that we do, the hobby, it's a plus. I don't live for plastic. This is not the purpose I wake up every morning. I wake up.
Speak for yourself, brother. Am I right? Give me top. Give me top.
I don't wake up to look at my collection or to see what's next. I do look at my phone to see if there's any releases, but that's not why I live. I live for my family. I live for my wife. I live for my dog, my mom, my sister, my family, and all of this shit is fucking secondary and it brings a lot of joy to me.
I always say whenever I get asked the question, like, if you could save any figure from your collection, if your house is burning down, it's like, fuck that collection. I'm getting my cats. I'm getting my wife. I'm getting the fuck out the house, bro.
Fuck yeah. I love my collection. I love seeing my collection. I love being in here with my fucking TV and my fucking monitor, my PS5 and my Nintendo. And I wish I could talk to my 10-year-old Alex, right? Because he would be here with his Game Boy, his yellow Game Boy color, and his N64, and you it would be like, look what we've done, look what we made, look at the house you've got, look at the career you have, the wife, and you would probably be like, holy shit, no way. My life isn't revolved around the things I buy. It's about how I treat people. It's how you treat your family and I think those are the important parts of the everyday, right? So I'm lucky enough, and not everybody lives like that. Not everybody has a good life. I work with people that hate their lives. I work with people that are workaholics that work 16-hour days, and I'm like, dude, do you have a hobby? Like, do you work? I'm like, that's not living. It's not.
No.
So I'm very grateful.
Yes, I had a friend like that who, I bought that Revan statue that was $100 and he like flipped the fuck out. Actually, it wasn't even, it was like $80. And he flipped the fuck out and he's like, I can't imagine spending $80 on something that you like and not want, or that you want and not need.
That's all.
I was like, bro, $80 is like nothing.
Bro,
in comparison.
Your dad, I think your dad supports your collecting, right? He's like big on like stuff.
Yes, for sure.
My mom and my dad, well, my mom now, she knows, but when she first saw my like collection, she almost got emotional, but like not in a good way. She was like, well, why? Like, did you not have enough toys growing up? It almost became like a deep conversation. And I'm like, yes, you gave me everything I needed. You gave me toys. I had an N64. Now I have fucking grown up money and I can just buy it. But my mom thinks like, she almost thinks that and I was talking to one of my buddies about this, how our parents, and I'm very grateful with the career I have, I make way more than my parents did, right? So when I buy like a new car or a new whatever, they're like blown the fuck away. They're like, why? Or why do you own all this stuff? Do you need this? And it's like, no, we make good money. So when my mom first saw my collection and my sister, I felt like judged, they were like, hey, like, what's going on? Like, why do you have all this? Do you need this? And I'm like, no, I don't need it, but I enjoy it. And you have to like explain it to them because they don't fucking get it. They're like, it's hard to explain to an elderly about collecting action figures, right? Yeah. And once they kind of got it, like my sister, dude, my sister's older than me. She watched 2 hours of the show, and like that to me means a lot because she knows that I'm here at home, not out there doing fucked up shit. Not that I would if I didn't have this hobby, but I'm home with my dog, talking about action figures with 4 cool guys. So at the end of the day, it's one of those things that I love this shit. I love this crack, and but it doesn't define who I am, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't. And media, and we get lost in all this shit, the games and the nostalgia and bringing it back to a simpler time and holding something. And that's what it is. Nostalgia is bringing you back to a time where things were fucking simple and things were great. And that's why I collect. I don't know if that's why you guys collect, but it brings me back to a simpler time. Like, you know, so.
That is something that is very interesting because I definitely don't collect because of nostalgia, but I know that really is a reason why a lot of people collect.
That's part of why I'm into it, but also like I just appreciate what action figures can be nowadays. Like they've really come a long way since I was a kid. Like just going from like 5 POA Power of the Force to what we have now is just wild. It's so cool.
It has advanced. Look at what Flamingo Sauce is saying. He used to get shit from his dad.
Yeah.
And now
that's cool. Yeah, my parents have are still kind of trying to wrap their heads around like what I do and you know what I collect and that sort of thing. Like, but when I explained to them the whole YouTube thing, they're like, "Oh, you're doing it to make money." I'm like, "Dude, fuck that! I don't care if this makes $1. I just like to talk about this stuff."
And so I'm the same way, and it's not about the money, but it's like you have to almost sell it. Like, "Oh wait, there's money in this," and they're like, "Oh, there is. Oh, then maybe."
Fucking hell, Doug!
But that's not why you do it.
Doug,
fucking Doug. I love that. And over is wild.
Yeah, see, this whole, you know, my siblings.
You know what? Let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
I think it was Flamingo asked. Can't remember if I told this one before. I don't think so. In hindsight, I probably should have been marking ones I've been doing, but hey.
Dumb motherfucker.
I thought this one would become a bit. I thought after one, you guys would be like, never do that again. But here we are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and watchers of Figureball, it's time for Star Wars dad jokes with Fig Fury. All right, Jedi aren't angry when they lose their lightsabers, but they are delighted.
You have not told that one, and I wish it was kept that way.
I liked it. It was good.
No, that on the scale wasn't that bad.
Compared to some,
I would say that firmly lands in unfunny. That's where that one lands. It didn't cause me pain, but
not
it was just
painfully bad. Yeah.
It was.
I agree with Bobcat.
Unfunny.
I mean, stay tuned for the next live stream, and you'll find out. Tell your friends.
Maybe one of the best bits we do on this show.
See, my siblings, you know, they're 3 years younger than me. And all 3 of them are very minimalist people. They don't really.
Those are a strange breed.
They don't really, you know, varying levels of minimalist, you know. But they don't really understand like going into my room and I have so much stuff. That's just not for them, you know. And that's, you know, some people like experiences, some people like things, you know. It's hard to say because
trash.
I do, of course, I do spend money on experiences. I mean, ICC-Con is an experience that I'm very excited for. But generally speaking, it also depends what the experience is and who it's with. Because a lot of the time, I would prefer a tangible thing over an experience. But also, it depends on what. It depends on what it is, though. Because like going to, Paris or like a Black Series figure, like obviously I'm going to choose going to Paris. But if we're talking about
Yeah, fuck that shit, bro. Give me the Black Series.
if we're talking about
Bro,
like
a fucking $5,000 trip over a $25 figure.
I mean,
but if we're talking
I
about
think anybody would pick that.
if we're talking about like a Black Series figure or going out to eat for a restaurant, like giving those two, I'd probably pick the figure because once you're done eating, like then the experience is gone.
You poop it out and it's done.
Like,
all right, hold on. Let me cook. Are you going out to dinner with somebody you care about, or are you?
well, that's
just
not, no.
going to a
I'm just
restaurant?
saying. No, I'm not counting the memory in part. Like I'm not counting. I'm
So
saying
a
specifically
steak
like
dinner on your own.
sure,
Either a
like
steak
that.
dinner
Like,
or getting the newest Black Series.
right, like no,
Well,
like
yeah.
going out with
Dude,
friends.
I don't give a fuck about going to places unless I'm going with somebody.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like you know, going out to
it's
eat
gotta-
by myself.
if the
Like I'm
food's
not
really
gonna...
good though. That's like it's like goes hand in hand. You want good food, right?
I guess.
But if the steak is really good, who are you gonna tell about it?
I mean, it's really good. You're gonna enjoy that motherfucker. Slop it up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm good,
Right.
bro. I'd rather
There you
stay at
go.
home. I'd rather stay at home and eat ramen with the old lady than fucking go out and eat a steak dinner by myself.
Well, I
Just saying.
I will give you that. I'm saying like it goes like you want the company, but you want the food to be amazing too. Like that's the
What
it
a
goes hand in hand.
I'd rather
great
I'd rather eat Uncrustables with the woman I care about than eat a steak dinner by myself.
what a
I
great
agree.
husband
100%.
Wilbon is.
100%.
I think-
I'm just saying.
Wilbon
I think
is
of probably everybody
based Wilbon.
everybody I know in my life. I think I would be most shocked if I heard that Wilbon cheated on Courtney. Wilbon is
No.
such
It
a
would,
nice.
it would never.
With the
fucking-
figgies, you would.
Wilbon is such a genuinely good person. I love.
I
him.
am the definition of wife guy. All right, I am the
Team
definition
wife.
of the wife guy.
All right, I got a serious question. If the wife
What a good guy.
said, "I want a trip to Rome or Paris or wherever, $2,500, right?" Or get your whole collection of fucking Hot Toys, whatever the fuck.
Give me the
Just
hot toys, bro.
absolutely $2,500 worth of fucking action figures.
Give me the figgies.
You could
I'm gonna stay at
over
home.
taking her.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't think you heard his whole question, bro.
Or the trip to Rome? Fuck that trip to Rome. I don't wanna go.
No. He said if your wife said she wanted that, or you would pick the action figure.
Oh, that's tough.
No, that's not tough. Come on now, bro.
That's
I
tough.
know you. That's not tough. You would pick
That's
what
tough.
Courtney wants. Come on now. Rightfully so.
And then no more figgies for the rest of the year because obviously you spent a lot of money on that trip.
I mean, even as someone who loves figures,
I don't
like
know.
that-
I don't know.
I'm not gonna.
Zoom.
I would never. I love action figure collecting probably more than the majority of people. Like
That's
that I know.
crazy.
And
That's
it
insane.
wouldn't even be a second thought if I had to choose between collecting or going on a trip with my wife. Like that's not even. I'm not even thinking about that. That's very easy.
So,
Bro,
wh-
hold on. Just make more money and do both.
I mean, spitting.
I mean,
Don't be a fucking brokey. I don't know.
That sounds like some brokey shit. That's all I'm saying.
Bro,
Yeah,
spitting.
if I got to pick between my 1 yearly vacation and my hobby, I got an income problem at that point. Hey, he's got the fire.
Bro, what is happening with you? man?
what?
the stupid fucking thing. It's
Who's
really
doing
stupid.
that?
How about you, Coffee? Are you somebody that will sacrifice
Spit,
like
Bobcat.
an event or doing something like an activity over getting a material?
No, wait, hold on. Now you're changing the question.
No. I did change the subject. I did change, but because I'm like that. So Zoo, my wife is all about experiences. So we went to these wineries and it was nice, and we saw like, fucking dollies.
What the fuck?
Yes, that is in fact a crime.
Ew.
Definitely a crime,
Yeah,
bro.
that's
What the
gross.
Bro,
fuck?
if my mac and cheese touches the ketchup, it's a
It's over.
quarantine zone. It's the quarantine zone.
Yeah, hold on, Alex, real quick. I just want to say, let me clarify.
The visceral
Because
reaction from Alex was hilarious.
Yeah, because if I'm talking, if someone I care about wants to do something and I want to do it with them, I will take sharing the memory over collecting. However, if it's collecting or just going on a trip or an event, I'll choose my collecting. So that's what I'm talking about. It's not that I'm choosing the event over my collecting. I'm choosing the person over my collecting. Like, I'm going to be
Yeah, I think
honest.
Robot
I
was
think we
saying
all
too.
would agree. It would never happen, of course. It would never
Mhm.
happen. But if there was some actual important scenario where, Mrs. Fig Fury, Mrs. Will Bond, Mrs. Coffee said, Mr. Coffee, Will Bond, Fig, you have to sell your collection. I think they would do it. But again, it's very
I woke up Chris Breezy. I feel like I'm the man.
But it's very dependent because I'm saying for a legitimate reason. Like if all of a sudden
if it's to survive, if they're literally like, hey, we're gonna lose the fucking house.
Right, like if
we don't make the payment. But if they're like, oh, we don't want you collecting anymore.
Right, then no. Then I would say fuck out of here. Right? Because again, it has nothing to do
for
with
the wrong
collection.
Reasons.
Right. It has nothing to do with the collection. It has to do with, them caring about you. Right. Yeah. Look at all the supportive spouses that we see. Right. Supportive significant others
in this community.
If they're not supportive, it really has nothing to do about the collecting. It's like if someone told me that.
I want to put that out there. That was a bit. I would not.
Right.
No, Jesus Christ.
If I had a friend, I've had friends before who have said, I don't want you being friends with this person. It's childhood shit. Like I don't want you being friends with this person, so you gotta pick me or him. And in theory, I could have been closer friends with the person that made that ultimatum to me, but I would pick the other one because I would say, you don't tell me, you don't give me an ultimatum on who I can be friends with. You clearly don't care about me enough then, if that's what you're saying. So that's the point. It's if Mrs. Coffee randomly said, well, Mr. Coffee, I think that you need to stop this bullshit, and then Mr. Coffee would be like, but why, Mrs. Coffee? And she would be like, because fuck you, that's why. Then Mr. Coffee would say, well, no, that's not fair. But if she came to him, if she came to him with a valid reason, I don't know what it would be, but whatever valid reason, then Mr. Coffee would probably be like, okay, like I see your point.
I think we would all
agree.
That's
right. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
it's not about the collecting. It's about the respect and love and admiration.
100%.
And that kind of thing is absolutely necessary in the pillars of a strong relationship.
But April here is not going to cheat on me. She's not going to do anything to piss me off.
But see, that's why you gotta. That's why I'm sure you do. I know you're married, but you find someone who's not going to do that. Like I know, like Mrs. Wilbon isn't going to treat Mr. Wilbon bad. Mr. Wilbon. I don't know why I said Mr. Wilbon.
I don't care. I don't care
is that my dad?
Says.
Yeah, Mr. Wilbon.
I don't care what anybody says, and anybody in the chat, and all four of you guys. If you're going to tell me that your wife, like, if you don't cringe when a package comes and your wife is home and she sees the box. If you're totally 100% like super like okay anytime something comes to your house or whatever, good for you. But me, like if I have like my wife, I know for a fact that there's no way, even though she supports what I do and everything, at the end of the day, she probably comes in here and she's like, motherfucker, we could probably have another
many
car.
Fucking things do you
order? You know how much shit like
well, I think that's also
box.
I think
everybody
in the way that
she says that jokingly sometimes, where she's like, "How many packages are you going to get?"
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying in the way
9 times out of 10, I'm like, "Look what I got. This is really cool."
Right? Like, exactly. Like in the way that you're saying it, I would say no, but I understand the point that you're saying, which is like people who are not collecting don't really understand 100%. Which I could agree, because even like my family that is very supportive, sometimes they're like, "You get a package every fucking day, man."
Do you ever hide packages?
Like it's like,
do you ever hide packages?
No,
ever. Not hide them, but do you ever like sneak one in to the room or something?
Bro, DantesToyz is doing the wifey's.
I'm getting smoked.
Bro needs the boys in brown to hide it on the back porch.
No, I'll bring him in and set him on the kitchen table, but I'm never hidden a package.
Wifey gonna see that shit and
I don't hide packages, but I definitely like sneak them in and then.
Bro,
like, no, it's.
I guarantee
you don't do it to hide things. Because at the end of the day, at the end, this is just plastic, right? And then it's like really another one. And she's not saying anything, but she's definitely thinking about it.
Bro,
no way they're
from
not.
What I know about your wife, from what you say, there's no way she would even care. So that's a you thing, I think.
I know. Yeah, no, it is probably a me thing. 100%. It's probably a me thing, but it still crosses your mind. Do you ever think like, fuck, I ordered too much shit, or like I'm ordering like a lot?
Dude,
like,
I did.
You have...
Hold on, no, I did because I fucking forgot to cancel Shock T, but this one's going to Unk now. So
yeah.
Because I accidentally ordered 2, but now Unk gets to be the beneficiary of this.
Waves, bro. There's like months where I won't fucking order shit, like, and I'm grateful for it because I'm like, I'm good. And then there's months where it's like banger after banger, McFarlane, fucking Black Series, fucking Mezco, and I'm like NECA, and I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, let me fucking breathe. Like, why are you bringing out heat like right now?
Breathe.
Let me breathe.
I hate when things come out all at once. It's so annoying,
bro. It's annoying, and at the same time, I'm like, motherfucker. Like, it's like, bro, is this a never-ending fucking hobby? Like, seriously.
I mean, yeah, literally,
100%, like 100%. There's like, so when do you your collection? You have
when
to
is
fucking
enough?
Yeah, it's never enough.
I'm trying to find the end with 6-inch. I'm trying,
but then you're gonna start Hot Toys.
Well, yeah. well, yeah. You got to put
so
one to bed.
So there is no.
You got to put one. You got to put one to bed, and then you open the next book.
Ah, bro, this fucking.
When do you stop reading altogether, though, bro?
Probably when the baby is coming. That's probably when it's over.
You're expecting?
Oh no.
Then it's over at that point, and then I'll be happy with what I have.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's when you just.
I'll be buying the kid toys at that point.
That's when you just give the kid up for adoption. Say this.
No. Then I give all the Black Series slop to my little kid, and then they can play with those.
See, it's so interesting, but that's what makes it fun because, like, if I was ever in dire need of money, like one of the first things I would sell would be my Throne Hot Toy. So one of the first things I would sell.
I mean, but you might as well just sell it now if you don't.
No, because I enjoy it. I'm just saying if I had to.
Zuboy, I have a serious question. You have $27 in your bank account, right? And you get paid the next day, right? Let's say you got paid on Friday or Saturday, and it's Thursday, and you walk into Target and you see Shock T, and it's the only one, everything is sold out, right? But you have to eat that fucking Thursday, right? Let's say you do Wendy's or Dollar Menu, fucking McDonald's.
If that's the only $27 you got to your
you
name,
have 20. You have like let's say like $35 fucking dollars to your name. Are you buying a figure that has sold out everywhere and you saw it in front of you and you're sacrificing eating for fucking 24 hours?
I gotta put myself. All right, if I'm putting myself in this situation, you're saying I have $27.
Let's say 35. Let's say 35.
All right, 35 is an even easier choice because if it's $35, a figure is 25. You know, with tax.
Lord, he's doing the math.
I'll buy it because I just go to the Dollar Menu, bro. I'll get a burger. I'm good.
You have $10 to survive for 24 hours.
Good. I could easily survive on $10 for 24 hours.
Bro,
it's not even
eat.
I mean,
like at that point, but if I had that little amount of money to my name.
Is that?
I don't think it's gone up for pre-order yet.
That's
like a placeholder link.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Coffee Wilbon. Let's say you guys obviously you guys
pay later on it too. Just
yeah.
You guys live with your significant others. Obviously, everything changes when you have somebody else that requires
is in your life.
Yeah. So let's say you guys by yourselves. You have roommates, and it's just you. You have your own room. You got the $30 to last you 24 hours, but then you walk into Target and the figgy you've been looking for, bro, is there.
Sure, I mean, if we're talking 24 hours,
24 hours is not. That's
not that bad. That's not that bad.
Bro, there have been times where I haven't eaten.
It's like I haven't eaten for 3 days.
Yeah, bro, literally, fucking hell. What just happened recently when Assassin's Creed Mirage came out last year? I didn't do anything for 2 days. I didn't even eat, bro. I was chilling. I was just playing my game, bro. I don't care. Like that's not. It's just food.
So
bro.
This is a common thing, then.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even like food. I don't even know why I'm a fat piece of shit. What the fuck? How did I get fat? I don't understand what happened. Bro, I don't even like food. How the fuck am I fat, bro? I don't even care about food. It's fucking some childhood shit. You know what? I blame the fucking school lunch ladies that fucking force you to get food. Those fucking old bitches. That's why. That's what it is.
Those old bitches.
I take no responsibility. That's what it is. I take no responsibility.
Amazing.
Oh my god,
Fucking
that
hell.
was fucking.
Bro, what the fuck?
hilarious.
This is supposed to be a diet Figureball. What the fuck is happening?
I'm sorry, guys. Yeah.
I hate to
We
be
got
the
philosophical
philosophical
tonight.
but
It
I'm
was a
gonna
lot
have
of
to
fun.
get
But
You
we're,
gotta dip.
we're
I think if Unk has to leave, I think that's a good place.
I think
to
we
end
can
off
call it.
on.
I think we can call it.
Um,
One more time before we head out. Where is it?
Oh, real quick. Any predictions for May 4th? Real quick.
What are we in Andor? Oh.
Anakin and Obi-Wan Black Series.
Of course.
Revenge of the Sith Wave 2 and Anakin and Obi-Wan Black Series.
Hopefully something cool from Hot Toys.
Hopefully Anakin and Obi-Wan Hot Toys, and I'll buy that.
I
instead.
mean,
Out of left pocket, Mayfix.
Because I've already got the SH figure arts on the way from fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I've already got the episode 3 SH figure arts. Anakin. I'm not buying the fucking Black Series. Imports.
This is
Fig,
POV me.
Fig, any predictions?
For May the 4th?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say probably something unexpected, something not unexpected, and then something in between.
As always.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Kyle Katarn, please.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it, Darth Bane, bro. Everybody's been wanting Darth Bane.
There you go.
It's happening.
Holy shit, it's 10 o'clock? Fuck. I didn't know it was this late.
Yeah.
Bro, it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah. This is early for us figure ballers.
No, not for diet.
Goes live in 2 hours.
Bro, I thought we were gonna do a 2-hour diet Figureball. Motherfucker.
I still think the week we had Brandon on, our diet figure ball went like 2 hours longer than our regular episode.
5.5 hours or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I think
I do have to say real quick, now that we're live, big shout out to you guys. I don't think that there's a reason why Brandon went on the show, and I'm not trying to glaze you guys, but what you guys do is
please glaze us.
Please.
I love when you do. I'm ready.
I'm almost there. Please keep going.
I think there's a reason and not to take anything away from the out of the basement guys, and
please, we love taking away things.
Oh, I'm almost there. You saying that? I'm close.
But what you guys do, and I've said
it's
this
just
to you guys
better.
before,
We do it better.
We do it.
You
better.
guys have a good fucking thing going, and I think that Brandon probably saw that more than likely. He was like, having him on was huge, bro. That was peak. So
yeah,
congrats to
awesome.
Monday Night Figureball. I know you guys just celebrated your 1 year. So big things.
Hell yeah, bro.
Fuck yeah.
Yeet.
Yeah, 6 inch. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Series 6 inch.
Black Series 6 inch, yeah.
We often talk about how we're listening to fans.
Welcome to the Hasbro panel.
Bro, I get so sexually aroused when I see Patrick. I can't control myself.
Oh my God. All right.
Patrick is so cute,
bro.
Thank you, everybody, for watching Diet Figureball. Thank you,
I'm about to go use my
Toys.
VR.
Thank you, DantesToyz, for joining us. It's always a blast having you on, bro.
Absolutely. Thank you guys.
We got philosophical tonight, boys.
Yeah, we did. We usually do.
Go check out the merch.
We got some deep.
If you're new to the channel, subscribe, hit like, everything.
It's that NWO inspired merch. I love.
Alex, what should the replay gang comment if they made it to the end?
Shit, fucking. Where's Dante?
Where's
I don't know
Dante?
where he's at.
Where is he?
Dante?
All right, where's Dante? Thank you, everybody, for watching. Appreciate you guys.
Oh,
See
one
you
more
on
thing,
Monday.
bro.
What?
Depending on how long we go on Monday, I might have to leave early.
Oh, wow.
I might not be here for all of Monday. We'll see.
What?
Depending on how long we go, depending. We'll see.
Why?
That sounds crazy. Your boy has a hot
Because
date.
on Tuesday, I'm going to Disney World.
Oh yeah, that's
Didn't
right.
he?
Okay,
Didn't he?
Up top.
give me top.
We up?
All right. Good night, everybody. See you all on Monday.
Hawaii.
I want to dance with a motherhead's chasing, spinning them like a man. God, what a man.
Cloners, are they friendly?
Oh, it depends.
Depends on what, Dex.
On how good your manners are. How big your pocketbook is.
Who's doing that?